What's up, Bandidos? Tux has your back, covering the Division 2 daily to help you milk every bit out of what this game has to offer. And today, we will be working with some LMG builds, and I'm going to show you how to never reload with this setup. Let's go.
Accept it, Division. This is a war you can't win.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Division 2 and you're live with Tux. What's going on, Bandidos? I got a really good show for you today and really excited to present the build that we're going to be working on, which is a no reload LMG build. That's right. So we have been working on LMGs for the past several weeks as promised. I promised you I'd bring some really good LMG builds to your loadouts. And that's exactly what we are working on today. And this is part 2. I did a stream on Twitch a little bit last night. Kind of experimenting with this build, but we ran out of time because of the weekly reset, which happens on Mondays/Tuesday mornings. And so here we are with part 2, so we kind of have an idea of the direction we're going, but we will be in the lab and then running heroic and legendary content because this build actually rocks. We're creating over 900,000 and we were walking through legendary, walking through like we were playing on heroic. It's absolutely a wonderful build and it is better than the Bullet King. But we will be doing an analysis on why that is the case. So before we go forward, if you like what I do and you want to support me in the Division 2, make sure you hit the like right now. I really appreciate that. It really helps our content get out there even further and bring in more Bandidos. Also, if you haven't subscribed, to do that. And I do want to let you guys know that the latest build I had put out is the SVD build, and it's one that you need right now and for Season 9/TU15 coming up. This SVD build is amazing. It hits so hard. It's a lot of fun. It works for legendary and heroic. You can play it in solo and in group. It does well with scaling. And what's really cool is that it's also going to be a viable build for Season 9 with the new SVD exotic called Dread Edict that is coming down the pipeline. So get this build ready now, and then that way when Season 9 drops, you can have at it. Also, the latest classified build is out. It is called the Mexican, and it is amazing. I've been running it for like 3 or 4 days or whatever. I actually can't put it down, to be honest with you. It's like one of those builds that's a ton of fun. Anyways, it runs 1.8 million armor and 1 taps elites, heroic elites. It's amazing. 1.8 million, that's max armor. That's all 6 armor cores on the build. And you're one-shotting elites. 1 memento trophy is giving you 1.1 million in bonus armor. That's just 1 trophy. 1.1 million in bonus armor, and you're one-tapping elites. It's amazing. You gotta run that build. It's called the Mexican. If you don't know what I'm talking about, classified builds are secret builds made just for Texas Players Club. These are extra builds that I make as a thank you, the member perks. And so these are a thank you for supporting me and the Division 2 community in all the ways that you guys do. I really support you. Thank you for being so Bandido. Anyways, if you want to join Texas Players Club and tap into these extra builds, it's really easy to do. All you got to do is click that join link that is pinned in the chat feed, and if you're watching this on the replay, it'll be in the comments and the description area below. Just like Anmar did. Appreciate you, Anmar. Welcome to Texas Players Club, and you are a hardcore Bandido, looks like, which is an awesome level. And so that doesn't only get you access to these classified secret builds, Anmar, but you also get access to my gamer music playlist. So if you like the jams that you're listening to right now and on my live streams, then you're gonna love my playlist. The latest one is Volume 4, and the link to that playlist can be found in the description area of this live stream. And the latest classified and membered builds and playlists are always linked in every video that I put out. But just so you guys know, for you that are in Texas Players Club, and you know who you are because you got that cool little skull next to your name, you can easily get access to any of that members only perks, those perks and that fresh content. Right there on my YouTube homepage at the top, there's a members only playlist. So if you want to get caught up on things, just head over there. I recommend you start at the most recent and work your way backwards. Cool. All right, thanks guys. You guys ready to get into builds? Before we do, real quick, let's just see who has joined us today. We got OG Dancing Bear in the house. Dancing Bear! He runs with me a lot, so he's gonna be running with me today. And we're gonna be doing some, again, live stream on Legendary and Heroic, so we'll be playing on both of those. Steve Arsenio, what's going on, brother? Yep, 916,000. I'll show you that in a second. Andrew Weeks, what's up, man? You looks like you're running a Furious Mop really good. And Andrew Weeks, if you didn't know, in that Furious Mop build video, okay, in the description area, there's a link to a live stream. You should check that out. I show you how to solo Legendary all the way through from the very beginning all the way to the very end of District Union Arena. Solo Legendary using that, just the mop. That build, the Furious Mop build. So check that one. Hey, Tony's in the house. Hey, guys, hey, Tony's reminding us that we got new emojis, so check those out, all right? Tons of fun, lots of Bandido ones, and more on the way. THC Rizzle, Sick Jim in the house, Vaughn Jacobs. Vaughn Jacobs, what's up, my man? I love the color of your skull, bro. Wyatt Maniscalco, Nicholas Jackson from the Caribbean. Wayne 187's in the house. What up, Wayne? That's build you showed up. So Wayne gave me a build. If you guys didn't know, I got a members channel on Discord. So we got a private channel for you guys that are in a Players Club over on Discord. But inside the channel is a Pimp My Build section. So take advantage of that like Wayne 187 did. He sent me a really cool build. It was actually really fun working on that one because it's just my style. Had layers of defense on it, which is really cool. And also complicated. It's also very complicated when you do that. There's a lot of fine tuning and balancing that has to be done with those kinds of builds. So thanks for letting me pimp your build, Wayne. Keep sending them, bro. That was a good one. Keep working on that one because it's also going to work well in season 9. What up, Juliana Roca? I'll probably screw up your second last name, so I'll skip that. Hey, she says, hey, Tux, have you played with the Sleipner LMG? This is my DZ weapon and I love it. It hits like a truck. I have. It's been a long time. Well, let's craft one and see if we can get a good one today. Thanks, Juliana, for bringing that up. Oh, hey, Tony, Mr. Rob in the house from Japan, and it's morning time over there. Right on, Mr. Rob. I'm glad to catch you. I haven't seen you in a few days. Good to catch you here. Cool. Here we go. Jasper in the house, pondering, Yankees fan. What up? What up? All right. Let's see. American Patriot, nobody knows who you are, buddy. There's no grand conspiracy here, man. You're on the wrong channel. So, you know, find somebody else to bother with your weirdness. Okay, so today, let's show you what we're gonna be working on. Okay, so this is a part of a series. Okay, so we've been working on kind of these things for a while, right? So I have a bunch of LMGs that we're gonna be working on here today. All right, so let me just show you exactly what we're working on. So I got a bunch of LMGs, but the one that we're working on specifically is the Stoner. And you guys have seen this one before, right? Oh, let me flip the build to a build here. So the Stoner LMG is like being really good to us. Let's just put it that way, okay? And so one of the things about it is that, first of all, it always comes with Overwhelm on it, so you kind of got to farm it with the right attribute, so then you can roll out Overwhelm if you don't want it. But Overwhelm's not horrible, it's just not what we're looking for today. But it comes with this 20% stability mod, so you can't change that, which is kind of a bummer, depending on what you're doing. But it's okay for what we're doing today, and we'll get into a little bit why. But one of the things that makes this LMG special is the size of the mag. Okay, so the last LMG build we put out was a rare reload build, and it was using True Patriot, and we got this to over 350 rounds. You know what I mean? So and that's why we call it a rare reload, because 350 rounds is a huge mag. And so we got the gunner giving us an extra 50 rounds, and then we were running it with True Patriot, gave us 30% more ammo in the mag, so it got really big, right? 350 rounds. And so I mean, you could go take a coffee break and come back and the thing was still firing. So you did have an actual reload, but it was just really rare. You'd like in a control point, on average, you'd reload like 3 times on the entire control point. So that's really cool. And so it's really flexible. It allows you to do a lot of cool things. It's got a nice skin there too. But you just can't change the mod, okay, on the muzzle. So there it is. And then we got a crit chance here, and then I'm running the 8x scope. The 8x scope runs really good on LMGs, okay? Because you're not really playing close and personal. You're not. So The 8x scope works great at distances like between 15 and 40 meters and obviously beyond. But, and that's the distance that we want to play in. So I like that extra 30% headshot damage, and we're actually landing a lot of headshots. And we're gonna get into why I'm running that 8x scope. But this is the LMG that so far that I've tested, and with this one we have no reload, okay? And part of what's doing that, and we got a lot of synergies here, so I'm gonna have to break down all these synergies for you guys, okay? So, you know, really cool. So, Lou Mertz, welcome to the Players Club, brother. Pondering 133 in the house. Jasper's in the house. What up? And so, welcome to the Players Club, Lou. Appreciate the support, man. So this is, so this steady-handed, let's gonna quickly go into this, and we're gonna talk about synergies in a minute, but look, hits grant a stack of 1% accuracy and stability. So this thing has already got really nice stability. Look at the base stability, okay? So steady hand isn't actually gonna change what is displayed for your stats, okay? But it does help by 100. So you can get up to 100 stacks of accuracy and stability. Not by killing, not by critting, just by hitting the enemy. That's really easy to do. But this is, look at, this is the catch. Look, at 100 stacks, consume them to refill the magazine, right? And so if you guys have been following my channel for a while now, then you've been seeing that I've been using steady-handed now. We basically discovered it like 2-3 weeks ago. And so, and it's not new, it's not a new talent, but by discovering it, I mean like discovering really good applications for it. And it came up with the rifle, so I created a really nice USC 45 rifle build using steady-handed. And if you know that rifle, that's the fastest rifle in the game, okay? And it's a really good rifle. But if it doesn't stand out unless you create a very special build for it, it'll kind of feel underwhelming. And with steady-handed, it really shined. And that's where we first discovered steady-handed, like a really good use case for it. And then obviously it works really well for LMGs. It's probably really designed for LMGs more than anything because of that stack size at 100. So really easy to get those stacks, but if you think about it, on average, even with 100% stability and accuracy, you're still gonna be in the range of around 50% accuracy at the end. You're probably only going to land around between 50 and 60% of your shots, you know, realistically, if you just think about it. And so that means if you want to never reload, then you're going to need somewhere in the realm of 200 rounds in your mag if you're averaging 50%, right? And the reality is you might average a little under and a little bit over. And if you really want to skip the reload, then you want to buffer. And so we have 250 rounds in the mag. And so we got a buffer. So let me show you this. We're not gonna pay attention to damage for the moment, okay? So all I wanna show you is the no reload situation, okay? And it really works. We tested this last night in the live stream, unedited gameplay, and it works, and you're gonna see it work in live play gameplay today. Never reload, but what's really important to this, we have a never reload a weapon, but this one is, and look how accurate it already is, okay, right out of the gate, and it's getting more accurate. It's getting more accurate, right? But look at that, watch the reloads, reloaded. You see that? We're back up to 250 rounds. Look at the stacks on the stack meters on the bottom left. The rounds are on the top or the bottom right. And look how easy it is. We ought to see, look at that. I mean, we can go until we run out of ammo. We can literally go until we run out of ammo. I don't want to bore you though, this will put you to sleep, but. Look at that, you reloaded again, you see that? So we can go all day. We can go all day. Now this target's not moving, so it makes it easier, obviously. In the real world, you do gotta, you know, just don't blow your armor by suppressing too many enemies. I mean, blow your ammo by suppressing too many enemies, right? So you do gotta have some sort of reasonable target acquisition. But look at that, I mean, we can go all day. We haven't reloaded. We haven't reloaded yet. Okay, so, so part of that, I mean, we got 100% accuracy in here, basically, right? So so I've taken accuracy into account with this build by choosing a weapon with a larger mag, okay, 250 rounds. So that says that I know I can have, that tells me that I know I can have at least 50% accuracy, and then I have another 50 round buffer in case I miss some extra shots which usually happens because you're going for targets that are farther out. That's usually where you're missing all your shots with this. Because steady-handed is making this a really solid thing. But why is this important? We already have the Bullet King, don't we? right? What does the Bullet King do? So the Bullet King is the exotic that never reloads, right? Look on the left. This weapon never has to be reloaded. For every 100 bullets that hit the enemy, replenish some ammo to you and your allies' reserves. So the cool thing about the Bullet King with bullet hell is that you don't necessarily have to run gunner with it because you're gonna replenish some ammo. It doesn't tell you exactly how much, but I don't know what that is. I never kept track. The downside is it comes with, the Bullet King comes with crit hit damage. I'd rather have a better attribute there, like damage to armor or damage to targets out of cover, okay? So that's the other downside. The other downside is you can't mod it, right? So, I mean, what are the mods that we got here? Crit chance and stability, but whatever. So I can't run this with whatever build I want if I want to put a scope on it, for example, like I am doing here with perfect focus. So besides the base damage, look at the base damage of the Bullet King, 86,000. Look at the Stoner, 110,000. That's a big disparity. Now the Bullet King has a higher RPM, but you don't want a higher RPM on an LMG. I mean, I say that with, let me rephrase that because I like high RPM weapons. That's not what I mean. What I'm trying to say is that you don't see, high RPMs give you a lot of burst damage, and that also creates a lot of instability in your weapon. So look at the stability difference. The Bullet King on the left and the Stoner on the right. You see that, the difference? And that's because there's some burst damage built into that LMG, which isn't very fun, right? So let's use the LMG, the Bullet King. Here's the Bullet King. And so watch the initial shots. Watch the initial shots, okay? See that? And then I gotta regain control, and then, you know, it gets a little easier to handle after that. But that initial burst, how many rounds do we lose, right? Before we gain control, let's see. So, I don't know, about 45 rounds. So 45 rounds are wasted before we start gaining control. So little things like that you wanna be aware of. So RP, like if you want a really good weapon, you know, minimize that recoil, and then those first few bullets are on target right out of the gate, right? So, and so with the Stoner, I can run that scope, and I like running that scope. Now that target's 5 meters out, and as you can see, it's still not that bad. That's a 5-meter target. All right, so most of the time we're really playing here, and it's really comfortable to be running an 8x scope on 15 meters. You see that? So that's what we want. And so this weapon is more stable from the get-go than the Bullet King. It hits harder. It becomes even more stable as we gain more stacks. And I can run the 8x scope, which is giving me 30% more headshot damage, but it's also allowing me to run perfect focus, which is the strongest chest piece talent in the game. It's even stronger than glass cannon. It gives you 60% multiplicative damage, where glass cannon, perfect glass cannon, gives you 30% amplified damage, right? But also 60% inbound amplified damage, which hurts really bad. So this is a really, really nice chest piece. I'm sure all of you guys have this. It's actually pretty easy to farm. You can farm for chest pieces or Aldi to get this, right on. So the so that's the difference there. Okay, so let's talk synergies. Okay, so we're running steady-handed. Okay, so running steady-handed, where we could otherwise run a damage talent there, right? We can run strained, optimist, whatever you want. But so steady-handed is a what would you say, a kill efficiency statistic or talent. It's a kill efficiency. It makes us more efficient at killing, right? And so the goal of a good LMG in the Division 2 is to basically never stop firing. That's a good LMG build in my mind, and that's why I'm always looking at mag size. That's what's really important. Mag size, because the way that the devs developed the LMGs, they made them as DPS support weapons, and you know that because there's a lot of suppression happening when you use them. The enemies go into suppression, right? Often, like really easily. And so what that does is it allows you to stay out of cover more because they're suppressed, so they're not firing at you, so you can stay out of cover more. I mean, like you're waist out of cover. And it allows your allies to flank those enemies, right? It allows them to push forward or throw out their skills or whatever they're going to do because you're suppressing them. So, anyways, either you're suppressing them or you're killing them, but it's a DPS support weapon. You're actually putting out damage too, right? So Negotiators is, you know, besides, so it gives you a bunch of crit chance and does excellent at damage, but hostile negotiations, right? What it does is you tag, you know, I know you guys know this, but you tag 3 targets, and then you can basically do an additional 200% weapon damage equal damage to all 3 targets at the same time, even though you're only shooting at one of them, right? So basically, with a good negotiators build, the goal is to always be shooting also, right? The more you, it's basically the negotiator's dilemma is also a DPS support. It's basically a DPS crowd control build, right? You're thinning the ranks. Is what your job is to do, right? Is to weaken multiple enemies to make them easier for your allies to kill, but you're also thinning the ranks by eliminating 2-3 targets at a time. And so a really good negotiators build is also always shooting. And so that's my goal with the negotiators build, is to how do I stay out of cover, waist up, that is. How do I stay constantly shooting with the negotiators build? The more I shoot, the more damage I'm applying to the whole group of enemies, right? Keep just tagging and laying down fire. And so that's my goal with the good negotiators build. And so these really synergize together nicely. And the other thing that's really nice about negotiators dilemma is that because you're doing an additional 200% weapon damage, because you're applying damage to multiple targets at the same time, that any weapon that needs, damage supplementation, negotiators dilemma is perfect for it. Like, actually, negotiator's dilemma is great for the Bullet King, because the Bullet King needs damage supplementation, right? Needs additional damage because it's got the bullet hell thing for a talent, and it's low on total base damage. So at least you're applying a 200% additional damage. Now, the Stoner's got a really high base weapon damage, but because we're using steady-handed, because we've elected to have no reload in an infinite shooting situation, then Negotiator's Dilemma is going to step in and give us 200% more weapon damage so that we can not feel weak. And that's what's allowing us to crit at 900,000. And I'll show you how you do that. And so right now I have I just kind of standard build here, but this is the Coyote's Mask. We're playing between 15 and 25 meters most of the time. So really our crit chance should be at about 50%, which we are. So when that extra 10% from Coyote kicks in, we're at 58% crit chance. And then we're going to be at about 171% crit damage. And then this is going to put out a lot of damage for us. Perfect focus, okay? So that's going to give us 60% multiplicative damage, right? So, yeah, so that's good. So this is one way to do it, okay? So this is build 2 for the no reload situation. Now, the other one, again, is the other build that we showcased is... the rarely reload situation, right? And the rarely reload was with True Patriot. And so that's because it brings our mag to 350 rounds. So let me show you how actually I didn't want to change it. So what I'm just doing here, and so if you look at the talent, okay, let me just do a quick damage, a power demonstration here, okay? So, but look here, so we're gonna get I forgot to mention this. We're actually gonna get another 40% crit hit damage. So when a marked enemy dies, you get 2% crit hit damage, stacking up to 20 times, which is 40% crit hit damage. So this is actually gonna be 210% crit hit damage, all right? And so let me just stack real quick, okay? So I should have, but anyways, this is also a good demonstration. Watch the ammo bar, okay? Because they're gonna be doing this auto reload thing here, and so we're gonna be killing multiple enemies at the same time. We did just use this in legendary, this build, so it is legendary approved, and we're gonna be working on versions today too. So I like to start with the damage version, and then we're going to be working on then we'll add defense to it afterwards. But what I'm trying to do is build up that little green bar. That's that additional 40% crit hit damage. So I think I'm almost there. Let's just kill a couple other enemies to be sure. And then notice I haven't reloaded though. Okay, that's good. So now let's now I'm gonna manually reload just to refresh this deal. And now we're gonna go for crits. Now I got the ladder system going for my crit stats, so they eventually fly off the screen literally. So I will have to kind of like reset from time to time so you can see the stats. Okay, here we go. So right off the bat, let's see what we get. 915,000. There it is. See that? There's the 915,000. So pretty cool. So that's with the full buffs. That's close up. Obviously, we're getting the Coyote's full damage perk at 25%. So that's just the high number marker. Okay. But reality is, you know, you're probably playing at that range more often. So our damage numbers are gonna significantly change by about 15%. So about 884. That's what that was. Sorry, I'm looking at the numbers, so sorry about the sway here on my weapon. 884. So that's probably your real, like, I think you're on average, right? You can be playing at every distance. I mean, you can be even shooting targets way over there. You see that? So, but anyway, so 884 is probably gonna be your middle range. Right there, 884. And then when we're shooting back there, who knows? That was a weak target. He dies pretty easy, but let's see what we get. 814. Yeah. So that's because when you shoot at farther ranges than 25, you're losing 10% crit hit damage. 834. 863. 834. Yeah, so 834 at range probably. So anyways, small changes, not a big deal. So, and then what we also want to look at, can we do the same thing with like a Negev? And so this is negotiators, yeah. So can we do the same thing with Negev? And so, like if we put, oh, this Negev doesn't take a scope. Oh, that sucks. You know what I mean? So we'd have to change the scope for this, but, I mean, the chest talent for this, but let's see what we can do. So we can put the extra 50 rounds, 165, and then let's go ahead and put crit chance on here. Let's crit it all out. And so we probably want stability here too, because I don't know. Let's go ahead and put crit chance though for now. But look at this. Look at the comparisons between the Negev and the Negev on the right. So it's got a higher RPM, a lower base damage. So it's basically more like the Bullet King in that way, right? And then we got a magazine size. So I boosted the magazine size, and then we need to put steady-handed. So let's see if we can do it with another weapon. But I think the question does come to, like, why would we do it to the Negev, right? It doesn't really, this is what I'm thinking, is like, it doesn't really offer anything that the Bullet King doesn't offer, you know what I mean? Like, the Bullet King, like, if we compare the two, the Bullet King is basically the same thing, except it's more assured that you're gonna get that 100% that never reload situation. Also, it's apparently got more stability on it. You get maybe a little bit better damage drop off from the Negev. So, but I think the idea is to see if we can, you know what I mean, do these other LMGs. And so if you know, there's a lot of LMGs with like 50 rounds on it, right? Like those are obviously not gonna work. So, so let's see. Okay. So here we go. So let's see if we can pull it off. We got steady-handed, and we got additional mag size, right? Remember I said, so we need, I'm assuming a 50% accuracy. And so in the range, we're gonna have a lot higher accuracy. Okay, first off, so it's not a true test. We need to take this out in the field, but let's just see for now. And then you need a buffer in case you do miss, in case you fall below 50% accuracy. But in here, I would imagine that we're gonna get our buff, right? Yep. See, really easy. Now that's because our target's not moving. So, and our accuracy is basically at 100%. We're gonna bring this along out in the field in gameplay. So if anybody wants to jump in on my game, if you guys want to roll with me, go ahead. I know OG Dancing Bear is gonna jump in a few minutes. So, but yeah, so we can pull it off with this. But I still ask, even if we can, why would we want to? Anybody? I don't know. I'm open. I don't know yet. So I'm open to suggestions. Now the Tabula Rosa also has perfectly steady hands, right? Now, see, this is why it doesn't work with the Tabula Rosa. Now, the cool thing about the Tabula is that, you know, I can run the 8x scope, which is perfect. And it's also got really good stability from the get-go. But the reload time is actually not that bad on it. So I don't even know if you need steady hands on this thing. But, you know, no reloads are nice. I love no reloads. So we'll go with it. Then we got the crits here. So The problem with this is that, look, it's only got 50 rounds in the mag, so you can't put the extended pouch, right? Like you can other LMGs. It doesn't have that option. There's no extended pouch option. So the problem is that, you know, even with steady, perfect steady handed, it's got, which drops it down to 75 shots, you can have reloads. See, here's my reload. You see that? And that sucks. So then so it's sort of like every now and again, you can reload. But I got a fix for this, okay? So I got a fix for this. So we're gonna try this too, all right? But let's bring over some pieces. So if we use the True Patriot set, okay, and we make it the mag larger, then that should do the trick. So let's just put on enough True Patriot pieces. I'm not worried about damage at the moment. So let's just put on enough True Patriot pieces to get our mag size bigger, which is 3 pieces, right? See, if we run 3 pieces True Patriot here, we get a bigger 30% mag size. That might be enough to make the Tabula Rosa actually a viable weapon. Does anybody run the Tabula with with True Patriot? So look, so we got 66. It's still not enough. Damn. I don't know, guys. 65 rounds. How are we gonna get that bigger? You know, it needs to be 75 stacks, or either way, it's in every other reload is gonna be bypassed. That's all it is. I want 100%. I want no reloads, man. So, you know, see, there it is. And so it does cut down on reloads. So basically, you can look at it as like, you know, I don't even know if it's worth running True Patriot with this, to be honest with you. I don't think it is. Basically 50 rounds is better, I think, actually, and just make it a square every other reload. Just kind of round the math down to every other reload is eliminated, which was gonna make your average reload time 1.5 seconds. You get my math there? That's how I look at it, right? Super in the house. Live Griff in there. What up, Live Griff? Boku Gorilla. Put the motherly love on. Ooh, good idea. Do I have it? I think it's in my other one. Let me just craft one real quick. That's a good idea. Who said that? Damn you, left lane hip hop. You got some brains, brother. You got some brains. I wasn't even thinking about that one. It's an out summer piece, which kind of sucks, but you know, I think if you roll it all offensively or whatever. Oh no, you're thinking of the ammo dump, right, bro? Is that what we're thinking of? I think you're thinking of the ammo dump. But I know where you were going. Jay Willsy in the house. There you are, Jay Willsy. I haven't seen you in a bit, man. What's going on? So let's see if that helps. That's good, but that's a great idea. So let's delete these. And then let's put on the ammo. So the ammo dump is gonna give us 10% ammo capacity. That might make the difference. Why does it still say 50? Do I need to reload? Oh yeah, the ammo dump is just ammo capacity though, isn't it? It's not gonna help the mag, fortunately. That sucks, I wish it did. You know what I'm saying? It's like gonna make sure that you don't run out of ammo, but it doesn't actually help the ammo situation. So like if I put my third piece of True Patriot here, there we go. So we're still at 65. So we need, so let me remove these just to something random. And we're still at 65. 66 if I put the extra round in there. So that sucks, but that does help you with more ammo if you need that, you know, kind of in your stash, right, in your backpack. But I'll go and delete that for now. I think, yeah, there's not many other ways to get more ammo into your weapon, right? Like, you either gotta have the mod or it's True Patriot. So, but that being said, I mean, if we ran go back to this weapon, see, you don't really, so look at it, we're up to 325 rounds on the stoner, right? And so if you really had bad accuracy, if you weren't really good, if you had no control over your gameplay, then go ahead and put on True Patriot with this steady-handed stoner, and you can have no reload that way too. You know what I mean? But you don't need it. But and you don't need it because the reality is like, I mean, you know, all you need is basically a 50% accuracy, even less. Like probably it's more like 45% accuracy, something like that. And so, you know, if you happen to you can still reload. It's not like reloading is against the law. So you can reload, like, you know, when you have downtime, just reload anyways. You know what I mean? Go ahead and squeeze in a reload because you can. You have nothing else to do. So Yeah, you can put magazine as an attribute on the gun. Good, yeah, and we did that on the Negev, like there. So that's a good call, Armand. So that's the other way to do it. The Tabula Rosa, yeah, let's do that. I hadn't done that. You're right, I needed to make that change. So Armand, thanks for reminding me. That's a good call. I meant to do, re-roll this. So let's go here. Go here. Yeah, add magazine size. That might be the difference, 12.5%. Actually, that could take us. If we hit 75, then we're a golden pony. So that's 56. Let's see if we can put on this True Patriot. And oh, it's still short. I mean, it's literally got to be 75 because look, it says add 75 stacks. So that's, you got to remember at 75, that's assuming 100% magazine capacity. The reality is that you're not going to do, I mean, 100% magazine accuracy. Like every bullet must hit in order for you to get that reload and never reload, right? To get those stacks and never reload. So the reality is that you got, it's like, this doesn't work for anything less than 150 rounds on the perfect version. On the non-perfect version, you need basically 200 rounds, right? Like, and so the Negev is on borderline. That means you got to make sure you're hitting that 50% accuracy. So that's borderline right there. And also, it doesn't stand out from the Bullet King, right? It's the same as the Bullet King. So it's not even really worth it. And so what other LMGs? Ms. Roca was saying that, you know, we should look at the Sleipner. Let's see if the Sleipner, what that's all about here. Perfect Frenzy, that's right. Okay, so we can't change the talent on that, so that won't work. But I do like this gun. I probably need to craft a really good one. We'll do a build for it. But we're making our way through the LMGs, folks, so look out for more LMG builds. But let's continue on the route that we're on. So let's see any other of these. So what about this Para? It's got 103 in the mag at a base, right? So let's see if we can get this one to work. And so I want to before we head out and get into gameplay, I want to see if we can get this to work. So I liked that I chose this one. You know, it doesn't have mag size. That would be the other way to go, but I'm gonna have to put on steady hands, right? So I can't take out that accuracy, but I kind of liked that I had an accuracy on it because that means we're gonna be landing more of our shots in theory, which means we're gonna kind of secure that reload, you know. So it's borderline though at 195 rounds, but we might be able to squeeze it because we got more accuracy. Does that make sense? And so I mean, I can build in even more accuracy if we want to, but let's not do that right now. Let's go ahead and put in just our standard crits for the moment, and we'll see if we can pull it off. This now you got to remember the other one, the Stoner's got a 20% mod on the stability for the stability on the muzzle, so we might want to duplicate that. It sort of works. It sort of works. Okay, so let's look at the difference between here. So if we can get the tactical power to work, then let's see. It's let's see. The Stoner is 580 RPMs. The tactical power is 550, so a little bit slower. But it's at the base damage is about 130,000. That's quite a bit stronger than the Stoner, right? So wow. So if we can get this to work, this might even be better. I mean, look at the difference between it and the Bullet King. That's quite a bit stronger. So it's borderline. So we might be able to get it to work, but let's go ahead and re-roll that talent and see if we can. So recal, and then we'll test it real fast. Let's see what I'm curious to see what that crit number is going to be in there. Steady hands. Yeah, I think the Dare. That's right. I be smoking. I'm planning on doing this for the new LMG too, so I'm excited. The new LMGs will work. They're kind of like the Stoner. It's kind of like the Stoner, so I think I'll be able to get it to work. I'm not 100% sure, but because I haven't tested the setup with that, but we will. Okay, gonna put that in vulnerable elite. Now I'm just gonna come over here to get my my stacks. Okay, just don't worry about the damage. I have it set to easy. So I can feel like in the very beginning when it first starts to shoot that. Oh shit! I don't have my negotiator stacks. Damn it. I bet you our numbers are gonna go down. I didn't realize that I had the wrong set on. Let's see, we're 150. So it's possible, but we gotta get really high. We gotta get really high numbers. So we're gonna need those stability, accuracy. You know what I'm saying? Because 150 rounds, it's possible that we can get it, but that means we got to have about 75% accuracy stability to avoid that reload. You see that? We already reloaded. Which means you can't shoot into the air too much. So the stoner just has that buffer there for you. But if we can get this to work, I want to see if it's worth even trying. Okay, so we're basically at full stack, so let me just kill a couple more enemies just to be sure. Okay. So let's go check this out. I'm gonna reload to refresh this thing. Let's see how it does. $832. So I'm creating those stacks. 903, 938. So it is stronger. So it's working. And that's because our target is standing still. And so we basically have like 100% accuracy in here, right? So okay, we'll give it a shot out there, but there's a good chance it's gonna be tough. And for what did we say, 930 something? Like, Marquez! And so, you know, I think like the stoner's a little bit weaker, but I think I'd rather have the stoner for the assurances. And plus it's a little bit faster. So, you know, and so that's all the LMGs I brought because none of the other ones made sense. You know what I mean? And if I'm missing one that you think would make sense, please speak up. I might be missing one like in my stash, but I went through all my characters and I pulled over the ones that made sense. They had to have a big mag, right? You have to have, again, over 100 for sure, but really the closer to 200, the more realistic the build is. So, okay, let me just move over a couple of things here real quick. Also, let me make sure my gameplay is open. If you guys want in on some Division 2 fun, then my gameplay is open. And it's waiting for you. Let's rock. Let's rock. So we'll be doing some little bit of heroic in the get-go to show you how this thing works. And then we'll move over to legendary, and then we'll start playing on some defense. We do need some nice little building some more armor on kill. We can go regen. We can add armor to this because I mean 913 is really. I mean, so when I used this in legendary last night, so we just did a couple of quick runs, and actually just one quick run, and we made it all the way through. And the server timed out on us, so we had to quit. But I mean, it was. We were just walking through legendary with this build. Okay, I got to put back on the stoner with this build, that is. And so really, really nice. Now again, but it's the success of this build is all about choosing your cover. Okay, that's the success of this build. If you want to go all red, it's all about where are you going to plant it, because you will be planting it. This is a hold your ground build. You want to stay in scope as long as possible and stay firing as long as possible. So let me just move over a couple of things. Let's get rid of these snipers. Get rid of that 1886. Just make a little room in case I get some gear along the way, which is inevitably gonna happen. We could even add on like some of this type of stuff, like the Budsucker with Petrov. That wouldn't be bad, right? We'll get more crits out of it. I mean, more personal defense. So if we feel like we need that, that's the way we can go. Oh, I got 5-piece negotiators. We need to fix that. Let's put that back on. Shit, did we test that way? We did test that way. Okay, I don't want to, with the para. So the para would have been greater, but that's okay. We'll do that later. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, cool. So 1 unit, G unit in the house. Thanks, Vaughn. I just did not realize that. You guys want to see that test real quick? I don't know. G unit might be perking us now, buffing us. So let's see what he's running. Yeah, he's not. Okay, so let me see swacking. So if somebody runs demolitionist, then we get buffed, right? So okay, he's not. So fix this real quick. Okay, so it was the tactical para. Sorry about this, guys. I'm gonna have to redo this test real quick. Let's just see if we get. Stack these real quick. Helping you out, brother. Hope you don't mind. It's real fast. See, Gunner is really cool too because if you stand still for 1 second, you get 10% more weapon handling. So always helpful for LMGs. But you're gonna need that larger mag and that armor on kill anyways. And so because you're killing 2-3 enemies at a time, then you're gonna get you know, up to 30% armor on kill. Very possible. Okay, that looks about right. Okay, cool. Let's go put this on invulnerable. It's only take a quick second. Professor Beam in the house. Manny T, what up, Manny T? Trobs, good to see you. Kyle, what's up, man? Kyle, you're right. I tried Sawyer's last night, and Sawyer's is a great way to go. It's just, I'm finding myself straying from Sawyer's more and more because me personally, even if I stay in cover, I move a lot, you know, even behind cover, you know. Here's my damage numbers. Hello, damage numbers. Where are you? There they are. Okay. Over 1 million at distance. Wow. You see that? 1,024,000. Yeah, that's good damage right there. So it's about 100,000 more, basically. You get 100,000 more by using a para, but it is riskier. And so if you don't mind a reload every now and again, then you could pick up another 100,000. You know what I'm saying? So the difference again is 250 in this mag and 150 in that mag. So this has got it, you know, there's a good chance you're going to be reloading with the tactical para, but it's probably a skipper every other reload kind of thing in the end. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so let's head over to, where's a good shopping? Let's go, where do we go shopping today? I think Cheska, I could use some Cheska. So let's reset control points and then we'll fast travel over there. And while I do that real quick, give me a quick second to reset my game sound. So give me just half a second here. We'll be right back. And we're back, and we got our game sound. All right. So, Brad, you think that the Fox's prayers would give us better damage than the Coyotes? Probably. I think you're probably right because the reality is that we're not going to be playing in that shorter distance, you know, where we get the max buff. So, I got a couple in my inventory right now. I'll just kind of keep it, but I think we do want to change. Let's just run a couple of quick control points just for demonstration purposes, and then there we go. Oh, let's get some loot real quick. There we go. So, like if somebody is running, and we discovered this last night, like if somebody's got, like we ran like almost a perfect squad too, so that really helped with our legendary gameplay. Like somebody was a healer and somebody was a an Eclipse Protocol Riot Phone build, and that really helps your LMG. You know what I mean? Because those guys aren't moving, you know. But okay, so we're gonna be on the stoner for the most part, but I will try the para and see what we can get out of that. Anybody power fans around here? No, Professor. I mean, the named Murakami knees I think that you're talking about, which is the Emperor's Guards. You got to get them from named item caches or the Dark Zone. Party started. So having good handling right out of the gate, I find makes steady-handed even more appealing. I find weapons that already have good handling work best with steady-handed versus weapons that are really hard to use up front. You know, like right off the bat, then you like it's kind of painful as you're waiting for your stacks to start collecting on you. You do have to be careful when you're shooting at range, even although you got improved handling, you're just gonna have more misses, right? So I'm shooting out there just to tag targets because I don't have anybody too close, but once I have a tag target, then I'm gonna be focusing on those closer guys. Now I'm a little impatient and aggressive, but the reality is like I shouldn't be playing tip of spear, right? Like I should be playing forward. Actually, let me just kill myself because it'll take me too long for these guys to get me. But like with this build, like you kind of want to be set back a little bit further. And the reason why is because you want somebody else to take aggro, because if you don't take aggro, you're better off because again, the goal is to always be shooting. And if you're getting suppressed, then you know, not that great. That's why I got the decoy. And so I'll be tossing out my decoy as much as possible. And then remember, you know, when you run negotiators, you want to don't focus fire too much. You know, you want to kind of make sure you always got the 3 people tagged. I'm by myself over here. Let me go figure out where the team is, and then let's get rallied. All right. And that's kind of the pain with LMGs in the first place, right? Like you have to spend a lot. You will have to, and you want to spend a lot of time out of cover shooting, right? And so if you don't get yourself set up in the right spot, then you know you're gonna take too much pain, and then you're gonna have to put too many, use too many armor kits, and then you know it's not that fun. And then then you're gonna end up having to add too much defense to compensate for that, and so I think that's why like a lot of these LMG builds are gonna be pretty much about positioning. Who's this enemy behind us? It's bothering me right now. Where is he? Where is that? It's like a ghost. The F. Why are they on my radar if they're that far away? Okay, they just disappeared. Fighting ghosts! So right now we only got 10% armor and kill, but we just got to reload right there. I don't know why, but you know, adding like the death grips or 2 pieces of bellstone to help with that armor and kill can be really nice too. Like right now we're getting pinned down by like 3 guys. They're all shooting at us. You see that? And it sucks also because we're playing too deep. Like, we want to be a little bit closer than that, right? Like you want to be not across the pond. You're not as effective with an LMG at that range. Even with the steady hands, you still need to be at a probably inside 50. Also, I haven't noticed any ammo issues with this, which is actually pretty surprising. You would think that you'd have ammo issues, but we don't. So I think it's the RPMs, I guess, and the amount of bullets that we're hitting must be on pace with gunners feeding us. That turret back there is raping us. Let's see what our other builds we got going on here. So he's using a Future Perfect AK-47. Let's see here. ACRE assault rifle, and then a rifle build. Okay, so everybody's DPS. So what's cool about negotiators is like it sort of gives you the Plague of the Outcast effect in the sense of like, you know how like one of the problems with LMGs is that the enemies get suppressed and then you can't shoot them. But because they're tagged, it allows you to damage them anyways, kind of like Plague of the Outcast does. They take damage when they're out of sight. Because it can be annoying when you suppress too much if that's not your goal, right? If your goal is not to suppress but to kill, then just hit a reload right there. And the reason why is because all the enemies we're shooting at are too far away. We need to pull them in. And might be because he's playing over there on the flank and so they're staying back. You know, but we might as well wait until they get here. Let's see, where's our other guy? Are we missing a player? See, there's OG Dancing Bear. There's G Unit. Where's the 4th guy? Can't see him. So we can keep people tagged, but you really, you know, it's not effective gameplay to be shooting that far with an LMG. Look at the, I mean, for anybody to be shooting there at that distance, unless you're a rifle, or you got the range set up, of course. But look at the optimal range on this thing. You see that? It's at about, what would you say, 40? About 40 before it starts taking a drop off. Ooh, look, we got another stoner. With rate of fire. It's kind of nice, actually. I kind of want to try that one now. Hey, let's just go ahead and go to Legendary because maybe we'll have more aggressive enemies. Yeah, because they're all playing too deep. Too pussy-like. Trobs, I'm running focus, perfect focus. Yeah, IB Smoking got it right. Yeah, I do like glass cannon. I haven't, you know, used glass cannon, and God, I feel like it's been like a month now. Like I used to put glass cannon on everything, you know. But it's
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I think it's because focus is so nice lately. I think I've been going that direction, you know, with the focus thing. But I use scope a lot. Obviously certain builds you just can't use focus, but so we could also put on, let's kind of mix this around. Let's put on that dealio here, and then let's put on some death grips there. So that gives us a little bit of armor, but what I'm really after is that 10% armor on kill from that, and then that's gonna give us 20% armor on kill. And since we're killing 2 enemies at a time, then that'd be cool. But I think we're gonna have to put on some, let's see, more crit chance. Let's just double check to see if we do. We don't, because he's got that mask, and we're definitely gonna be playing over 15 meters now. So we can keep our crits there, but if you don't, if you're running solo or somebody that doesn't have the coyote mask, then you're gonna have to add more crit chance to what I got here. So keep that in mind. What mods do I have on this? I got 1 crit chance there. Okay. Waymer, what's up, Waymer? That's interesting. Live, like, how would it work with turrets? In what way? I mean, I could throw on a turret and it shoots at the same time. But you're saying focus increases the turret damage? I don't know. Definitely sounds like a glitch, which I'm never really interested in anyways. I don't like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really like building into glitches because it's just always temporary and unreliable, basically, you know? Damn it.
Incapacitated.
Yeah, let me just restart because there's nobody around.
Agent vital signs 0.
Oh, the control point turrets. Oh, like the ones you stand behind. Yeah, the damage glitch. It's like a damage glitch. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's the kind of shit that'll get you kicked out of the game, like straight up. You know what I mean? Don't do that one. That's exactly the kind of stuff that get you kicked out. Richard Clark! So, you guys remember the damage glitch back in the day, you know?
You can't be any geek off the street.
But
gotta be handy with the
reason
steel,
why
if you know what I
is
mean.
you can, you know, SHD shade farm SHD that way, you know, and boost up your character a lot, and then, you know, it's basically cheating. So the problem is that, yeah, last man standing ended up taking aggro. So well, apparently I think everybody's getting sorted. Why don't we just head to the White House and wait for them to figure it out? Squad hit is 6 months. Richard Clark, appreciate you joining, man. Let's welcome to True Bandido, the Players Club. So that means you get access to the classified builds, and we just had one drop today, so really good timing. Which is called the Mexican, which is a really fun run and gun build. 1.8 million armor, and a single trophy gets you 1.1 million in bonus armor, which is really amazing. And why you feel so godly, because obviously when you're chain killing, which what this build does, the Mexican, then you're dropping trophies you're littering the place with trophies, you know, so it's crazy. Really crazy fun build, but welcome, man. Appreciate you. Players Club. And so you can get access. The easiest way is 2 ways to all the classified builds. One is you can head down to the my YouTube homepage, and right at the top there's a members only channel, and just start with the most recent, or playlist. It's a playlist. Start with the most recent and then work your way backwards. That's what I recommend. So we want to also try with the foxes, as somebody had recommended. So I'm going to go ahead and put on these foxes here, and then I'm going to re-roll those into, I'll just go ahead and put crit chance, make it more flexible. Yeah, Nemesis is fun to use. I really like using the Nemesis. Dubsta. Are you pretty good with that beast? What is this? That's a weird little... Okay, let's see what this... let's see, where's our crits at? 54, so that's good. Let me see if I can put on... I'm gonna go and jump that to 60. I'm just gonna pretend we don't have oops. I pretend we don't have the Coyotes mask on board here, so... In case you're gonna run solo. So that'll push us to 60. Yeah, 60. And then again, Negotiators is gonna give us another 40%. So let's see what the Fox's Prayers, how that fixes our damage. So it's annoying to test Negotiator's Dilemma because I gotta get a bunch of kills first, right? So get all these stacks up. Feels faster. Like it feels faster in here for some reason. Like the RPM. Oh, we should try the high RPM one too. Let's see if we like that. We'll lose a little bit of damage, but I want to try that because this gun is pretty cool. Like it might feel even cooler if you get more RPMs, you know? Okay, one more death and we should be good. Okay, cool. Here we go. So we're on invulnerable. All right. And so, unfortunately, yeah, our numbers aren't going to be perfect because I think the Negotiator's mask is going to throw us off. Let's see here. Waiting for the stacks on our scope. All right. So about 845 with the Fox's Prayers. Instead of 915, but what it's gonna do is give us kind of more consistent damage at range, right? Because the Coyote mask has got that variable to it. So 845, and everything else is basically the same. And part of the reason why I dropped 2 is because I had to add on more crit chance because I lost the Coyote's mask here. So I had to drop my crit damage in order to go. So it's basically a drop in crit damage, and well, it's probably like a lot more drop in crit damage than what the damage to targets out of cover is giving us back. If that makes sense. But yeah, so I don't know. I think I'd rather have the additional damage to targets out of cover if I'm gonna take a drop in damage. I think I'd rather go that route, you know, this way. And so let's see what this picks up. So let's just get our our scope stacking. This is probably gonna be about, what do you guys think, 800? Let's see. $736. 780. 780, that sounds about right. Okay, so that's that way. And this actually works out really well. In gameplay. The other way to do it is to put on 2 pieces of Bellstone here, but you do end up losing this extra multiplicative damage for focus. So it's sort of more efficient for me this way, even though I'm missing, you know, taking that health crap slot there. Sort of sucks, right? So let's try running it that way. Okay, I think we got 2 to 3 guys ready here. Alan Bundy, what's going on, man? Welcome. Evening. Good evening. So Johners, yeah, I'll show the build one time. So the you gotta have a large mag in order for this to work, but it's the talent, steady hands. Okay, so let me just show you here. It's mostly this. The build is all about synergy. So there's a lot of synergies going on here and all that other fun stuff. But how it happens is the talent steady-handed. So steady-handed hit, it only requires a hit, so you don't have to crit, but you get all this accuracy and stability, which makes you hit better and more often, right? Okay, so that stacks up to 100 times, and when you get to 100 stacks, it'll consume the stacks and then refill your magazine. So on average, if you're averaging anywhere, well, on the stoner, you need to, first of all, in order for this to make sense, you got to have something over 200 rounds in the mag, or close to that. And that means if you're averaging anywhere around 50% accuracy, then you're gonna get that refill. Now I like the stoner with the setup because then I got 250 rounds in the mag, and so there's kind of a padding there, right? In case my accuracy drops, then I'll still get that reload. And so yesterday when we were playing, it was pretty rare for me to be reloading. Like, it was really rare. In heroic, we didn't reload once. And then in legendary, there were only a couple of instances where I reloaded, but it was pretty rare. And so the only thing that I warn you to do, not be doing is, you just don't want to be, one, you don't want to be the tip of spear, but the other thing is you don't want to, you want good cover, and you don't want to be shooting into the air a lot. You know what I mean? Just like suppressing. You want to be landing your marks, because you need those hits to get those stacks. So we just got a free reload there. Do you see that? So that was an auto reload. Our mag is full-ish now. And so when you got a nice steady tank like that, that's why legendaries are nice, because there's always a big fat target for you, right? So my job is just to keep firing, to mark fire. That's why this cover was pretty important. And that tank is making it really easy for me. So tanks are really good targets to have. So I just got another free reload, so no reloading yet. We hadn't reloaded once. Oh, there's another tank for us. So good. We can use that tank to get rid of the other guys in the back there. So no reloading yet. But you don't want to go for too far. So he's really deep. Is going to create a lot of misses. But we just got another free reload. So, and then I'm waiting for my new homies. Let's actually get our decoy out there. Where's that last hiding lady? Where is she? Are we hiding in the back there? Now we had to reload because we're shooting at nothing. So there we go. There's somebody. So if you try to shoot these drones, that's gonna, like, little things like that will cause, you know, cause you to miss. Wasting your bullets, which is not a problem. And like right now, if you're gonna reload, I guess now's the time to do it, right? If we don't do something about those drone ladies, we're just gonna sit here for an hour. Anybody with a rifle, an assault rifle? Can hunt them down? I'll do it. So as long as I got a tag. find a new cover because I got a good sight here. Normally I don't recommend coming up here. It's actually a death trap, but most of the grenaders are gone at least. See how I take all the aggro up here? Like everybody shoot at me up here. Even with my decoy down there. All right, and then just lay down fire. The gun will do the rest.
Vital signs critical.
Oh, that hit hard. We still got that drone lady, if anybody's noticed. Running around on the right side. Yes, squad. I mean, you can. I just don't think you really. I mean, we don't know yet for sure, but good question. So, it's come up. So we got a couple of more named items dropping in Division 2, starting in Season 9, right? And so one of those is like the Kingbreaker as an example, and then there's the Dare, and am I missing one? Kingbreaker and the Dare. God damn it!
Agent out of action.
What's going on here? The setup. Hold on, let me look at what's going on. I don't know why I'm taking all the aggro all the time, and I'm in the back. So let's see here. Everybody's running. He's running 2 DPSs. I don't know why. And so I mean, anyway. So the idea is to, you know, you can save your named items caches in hopes that, you know, when you open them, you'll get those new named items. But you're gonna get them anyways. They're gonna be on the season's reward. Season reward track for Season 9. They're gonna drop there automatically, and then you're also gonna get named item caches in that same season reward track, and then there's gonna be global events that'll give you more named items. So and then, you know, one's gonna be an assault rifle. So, but where they will be handy, I guess. And maybe worth saving if you have the ability to save them, is that is if the new named items end up being Dark Zone exclusive. You know what I mean? Like, but if they're not, then you know, you just be able to go into anywhere in the summit and get it. So it's just not worth it. But there's a chance. And so I mean, if you have the ability, I don't know how you would have the ability to get more named items now because there's no global events. You know what I mean? So I mean, if you've already saved them to this date, it's going to be painful. If they're in your backpack, if they're in here, it's going to be painful because you're going to be full all the time, and you know, it's sort of not worth it. But collect your ammo, guys. We're going to redo that because that was horrible. It was a horrible initial checkpoint. So I'm going to reset it. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, so for me, like, it's not worth it. Like, I mean, I got some named item things in my mailbox, but I'm not gonna keep them here. Like, I already got some exotic ones here, and this is painful for me because I always get full really fast, and then I end up dropping proficiency caches in the open world, and it gets annoying. You know what I mean? But if those new named items end up being Dark Zone, then yeah, maybe it's a little bit worth it, you know, but you're still gonna get named items anyways. Named item caches. Oh, you're saving them for the expertise system? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same deal though. It all comes down to, like, if you have the stash space, then yeah, you know, go for it. I guess that's the challenge though, because we're still solid. What do you guys think? Like, what's our date? May. We're minimum of 4 weeks out, if not 6 weeks, right? So I don't know. Here, I'll just restart it. So, you know, so that's the pain point. But if you can, do you see that Black John Wick? Do you see it? It's steady-handed there. Steady-handed. So we just need better decoys, you know. So I'm gonna try the turret instead, because we were taking so much aggro. It was like I didn't understand why we were taking so much aggro. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I'm collecting. So I normally throw away my exotics, but I'm now collecting exotics for the expertise system too. So kind of on the same boat there. But somebody else brought up a good point that, you know, like you should start building up your E credits too, you know. It's like, damn, that's a good point. I have a problem with my E credits because I do so much crafting and optimizing, and my E credits are all screwed up. Where's that grenader? Probably take them out. Ah, we don't have the DPS on the field? I don't get it. I don't get it. Alright, restart. If you get a tank flanking you, you might as well just restart. You know what I mean? I killed myself on purpose, Dancing Bear. So we can restart.
Agent down.
Yeah, let me just kill myself.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of action.
I demand clean legendary runs. Clean! Or die. Hey, JW Media. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Media, sorry. JW Media. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Yeah, I open it up. You missed a call. Like, if a spot opens up, man, you're definitely welcome to jump on in. I like playing with the community. Really appreciate it.
You got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Just lose the heals, man. We need to just lose the heals. Screw it. We're obviously lacking something here, and see, I like.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I keep taking too much aggro. I don't know. I don't get it.
An agent needs assistance.
It's like I have an easier time doing this solo sometimes. Okay, we're flanked. Let's just go ahead and die.
Serious trauma detected. Agent killed.
Sometimes you just have those days. Leave me dead. Leave me dead.
Agent down.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and restart this. Usually I like to wipe. When I wipe, I like to actually let the enemy kill me, because the game doesn't. Don't you hate that? Like, you read, like, you'll, like, if you quit, you won't have the ammo. You know what I mean? So like it doesn't refresh your ammo. Then there's no ammo stash space out here. There's no ammo box. You know what I mean? And that's really painful outside of a legendary to not have ammo. So Roosevelt Island has ammo. Capitol Building has ammo, but District Union Arena doesn't have ammo. It's so frustrating. So when I play solo, and then I'm just playing the initial checkpoint over and over again, which I do a lot. I end up having to go to a safe house all the time, you know? Okay, this has got to be the one, right? Like, that guy's blind firing, shooting at me from that far away. You see that? That red guy? He was the one that took my armor right there. Tanks are kind of your friends on the, when you're using negotiators, right? They're like big help. But whatever one has the grenade launcher on it, get rid of that one as fast as you can, because they're annoying launching grenades at you. Still launching grenades at me. If you don't get rid of those drone ladies, see they keep sending their drones in. If you don't get rid of them, they're gonna be a nightmare. Always my priority. They're technically the hardest part about this whole legendary. I don't think we've had a reload yet on this place. That's good. There's a tendency with LMGs, like, you just want to hold down that trigger, right? Just, like, never let go. Which is fine. You can do that with the Bullet King, I guess, you know? That's one advantage the Bullet King has. Less damage and all that stuff, but this one you got to actually be hitting something to get that refund. That is, I guess, a noteworthy thing, right? We just got to reload, by the way. Auto reload right there. So Chungas are going to be really good targets for that. Because they're so big, right?
An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected.
So cool. That was a good demonstration right there. So we did that whole control point without reloading. I mean checkpoint. Sorry, not control point. Checkpoint. Oh, look at that one. That's interesting. That's what the kind of setup we're looking for. Actually, isn't that funny that we just got that? So this one, let's see how big can we make that mag. Any bigger? Is it not gonna give us that 50? Yeah, it does. Okay, 168 borderline. Yeah, so not quite big enough, right? Like, maybe. I mean, you gotta have real high accuracy though, you know? So, I don't know, it'll be a tough one. So this next room is pretty cool. We did this one, it was really fun to do this next room. Because the enemy is so locked in, pretty tight. Mr. Manboy in the house and gentlemen players joined this afternoon. Right on, the Mexicans. You're gonna love that one, man. You're gonna love it. So So that's where we're at. We got that one armor core. So this one was hitting around 796 or something like that, 780,000 or whatever. So again, we're using the steady-handed talent, and you need at least 200 rounds in the mag, I think, to make it worth it. But after this room, we could test that theory, I guess. How many rounds you actually need. How am I in the back taking all the damage, right? Like, I got two guys in between me and them. See that? How they're all shooting at me? Like, why aren't they shooting at these other guys? It's because they're not shooting, or...
Agent incapacitated.
I don't know, we need to figure out. There's something not exactly efficient by our team setup. Because there's three guys in front of me and I'm taking all the aggro. That doesn't make sense. Well, it only makes sense if they're not shooting, right? Like, if their guns aren't out, then I will take aggro even if I'm the furthest enemy, because I'm the one shooting at them. Let's get this guy up. And so, like, if, which is kind of an important thing about behavior. We're talking about behaviors of LMGs is what we're really talking about, right? Like, if you're not always firing, then, in a sense, right? Obviously, every now and again, you got to tuck and hide. No, I'm not saying that's not going to happen. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're not always firing, like, in general, then, maybe the LMG build isn't the right build, right? You know what I mean? Like for your squad setup. Same thing with negotiators, you know, like negotiators is like it's about damage and control. And so all the aggro needs to be pulled off of you so that you can do that. And by doing that, you free up your team to also be liberated. You know what I mean? So let's reload, let's refresh this thing. Now the chungas are gonna be great. So that's kind of what you're doing. You're like liberating by your team's whatever skills or talents liberating you, you're liberating them. It's a two-way street in a funny way, you know? But as long as I'm shooting, I will clear that field single-handedly, you know? As long as I can shoot. But like right now, like I'm about to take all the damage, right? See what I'm saying? And so, but do you see how much damage we were putting out on the field before I went down? Like as long as I'm shooting, you'll clear the entire field single-handedly, which is just a negotiator's thing, right? Like a really good negotiator setup can do that. Even LMG, assault rifle, whatever, right? And so that's the catch is that you just have to be enable that to figure out how to get that to happen. You know what I mean? How do you keep the LMG negotiator guy from being pinned down? Which is why I think we had a lot of success yesterday, because I think the setup was... Does anybody need this SIG? I don't like it, but it's a good setup if anybody likes it. Okay, let's go ahead and restart because I don't think there's any point in going forward. What I want to do is, I guess, check. I mean, we'll continue to go forward, but... Oh, look at that. Somebody like that. I get that a lot. I want to try these other LMGs and see if we can get them to work. What do you guys say? Think we can get the power to go? Like in a room like this, almost any of the... Like when you're indoors, I think a lot of the LMGs will work. Because, I mean, it's hard to have bad accuracy in that situation we were just in. You know what I mean? Like that one. But... You can't. Family vacation sounds good to me, Mr. Manboy. I just accidentally fast traveled on myself. Let me reset that. Where'd you go? Anywhere fun? I'm looking forward to some sun on my neck of the woods. We're kind of in the spring wetness. Blah. Josh Carell, you're right, man. I'm looking forward to the blue screen and the dare and even the non-named items, the non-named versions of all those. I think they're gonna be pretty cool. So let's try this tactical part and see if we can get it. So this is the one with the accuracy and steady-handed. And then I do want to try the RPM on this other one. Let's just get it set up in case we can. Even though it doesn't have steady-handed on it, I just want to see how much we like those RPMs. So crit chance. That's how we have it set. So we'll put that one in our second slot there. I just want to try those RPMs. If those RPMs feel really good, it might be cool to run that one over damage to armor. In other words, you get the stacks faster. You put out more damage. I mean, you'll probably still be outperformed by damage to armor, but RPMs can give you burst, and then that can work against you because that burst would create misses, right? Okay, so this is the heavy hitter one, right? Oh wait, got the wrong one equipped. Switching weapons. Oh, you can feel the tankiness of this gun. Just a chugga chugga chugga. Okay, we gotta be careful how many shots we miss though. This one's gonna be borderline. See, those tanks make it easy though, right? A lot easier. Yeah, there's a reload right there. So it wasn't good enough. Oh, that's weird. That reload happened right as we got the refill too, I'm guessing, because look at our stacks are refreshed, right?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Everybody's suppressed. Boo, come on, play. So where's our stacks at? We got 24 rounds and 33 stacks. Yeah, so it doesn't work. You see that? See that? Okay, switching over to this one. We're gonna just test the speed on this one, see if we like it. Doesn't have steady hands on it, but I want to see if that speed can go well with steady hands. Feels pretty good. So what I'm looking for is like that initial part of the mag. If God damn it, we're taking every drone on the planet over here.
An agent needs assistance.
Got my turret out there. I want to see if like the first part of the mag is stable enough even with the additional rate of fire. If so, you can put out even more damage per second, right? Because you got a higher RPM and you're never reloading. It's getting real old. Sort of hard to notice. I think it's the our main one now. See, this is like when it's real handy to not have to reload in situations like this, right? So the other chunk died too. So yeah, let's go check this. Okay, so yeah, so that was a no on the Negev, right? And then the Para too. So both of those. Let's try the Negev again. We'll see when we go in. I want to try it on the inside. Like if we go inside, maybe we can get better results there. But it's just not enough ammo. I think you really got to be over 200 rounds. I mean, yeah, you know. Well, I guess. Let's try it with, yeah, I got an idea. I got a way to see if we can run the True Patriot with that. Let's see if we can get it to work with that. That should push it over, right? $210. There we go. But, you know, again, the Negev, I'm not super excited about it because it's so close to the Bullet King. It's like, why? But this one would work again. Which one did we just try? The Para? 195? Cool. Let's go help our homie over there. Cool, guys. We'll just go inside this room here just to check real quick. These first two checkpoints are really nice checks. So let's see here. So we're going to try the tactical Para. So I got it with the... we need to swap our backpack, but... actually, let's use our gloves, the True Patriot gloves, because I don't think I have a True Patriot backpack. So there we go. We'll do that. And then let's do... Bellstone Composure, that'll work. And then does that keep our crits up? Yep. And then we'll do crit chance here. 55, good. And then we can put crit damage there. Cool. So we picked up more damage, you know what I mean? So I'm electing to go with more defense by running that. I mean, it's not the armor and kill, but at least it's get some regen. Okay, let's see what we can do here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
It's not like negotiators though, is it? There's a reload right there. It's because they're hiding. Like negotiators might be the best setup for this. You know what I mean? Because when they're hiding, you can still tag one guy and kill three, which is saving you from shooting into the air. But look at all the suppression happening here. I do like negotiators better with LMGs. It makes so much sense for LMG crit builds. So much sense. See, like right now I'd be able to shoot that box right there, right? And kill all those enemies that are tagged. But if you want to know reload gun that's not the stoner, then you gotta go True Patriot. And even now it's apparently not perfect. So yeah, that's 2 reloads so far. So I think that buffer that the stoner gives with those extra 50 rounds, see the difference here? You see the difference? That, well, now it's a major difference, but you know, when I'm running the Negotiator's Dilemma, it gives me 50. I have 50 more rounds on the Stoner than this one does with True Patriot. So let's see how it does. How we do here, though. This will be a good test because we got a big clump of enemies. So no reload yet. Turn down though. See, if you start blind firing, you're gonna miss too much rounds. See, like he's shooting right at me. Yeah, we really wanted to kill him before those heals went down. You let those heals down. Yeah, yeah. The Negotiator set's just better. It's just better. You let them drop those heals, you might as well restart the whole mission. If you're looking for a clean run. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in making the fight more difficult for yourself. Is take out those healer station guys. Doomslayer! 5-star killer too. What's going on, 5-star? Hey, Live Griff, I'm actually working on that now. So Live Griff says, what do you think you will be doing the Elite with the... So when? Are you saying when? Because I am doing it now. And so I'm doing... So here's a question. The question that he's asking, it's part of this kind of thing. So here's the thing. So if you're on a console player... If you're a console player, then there's aim assist, right? That's built into the game. We can just die. It's fine. Let's just die. It was just a test anyways. So I'll show you in a second here. I'll show you what he's talking about. So, JW, it's Deathcab 3412. I'll show you in a second, though. In a second, I'll show you that. I'll put it on screen. Hungry 40s. Ryan, no, I don't watch Kamikaze Von Doom's videos actually. But I did see that he was pushing out the leak. Yeah, yeah. I prefer, you know, not to myself. Like, you know, I know to each his own. So if you guys love reading leaks, then like story leaks, lore leaks. Okay, but I kind of like discovering the story myself. You know what I mean? Kind of seeing how it unravels and whatever. But I knew there were some origin story leaks even early on. Somebody had mentioned that actually, like right when PTS Phase 1 dropped. That's all I wanted to know. You know what I mean? Like okay, we might find out the origins of these hunters. That's cool, but I'm not going to. I don't want to know the details myself. You know what I mean? Like I just myself. Let me put back on the build so you guys can see. And then I want to talk about this aim assist elite controller thing that Live is talking about. Let me put on this thing. Cool. All right, let's okay, so we got 5 pieces on. I just want to try to figure out how I want to run this real quick, and then we'll jump into that. So I think we need a crit chance here. Where are we at crit chance wise? 54. Okay, so then let's put back on the death grips version. Like if you're running the heroic, you don't really need the death grips, but if you're running legendary, I think the death grips are a nice option. So 54, and I think we got crit chance everywhere that we can. So you can push this up a little bit, but all our mods are crit chance already, so it needs to come from like a gear piece re-rolled, but I'm okay for now. But that's the build right there. And so at crit damage right now, we're gonna be plus 40%, right? From Negotiator's Dilemma. So we'll give this one quick whirl and then we'll move on. So what we're talking about is this. So if you go into your settings, you go to controls, at the very bottom here, there's aim assist. You can turn it on or off, okay? And so the reason why it's the top, so it's on by default. It's not like cheating or anything like that. That's just how console players are set up with the Division 2. Aim assist is turned on. And that's because we don't use laser pointer mouses like PC players do, right? So PC players don't have that, I don't believe. And so anyways, what I've been discovering, this is a deal here, okay? So what I've been discovering is that aim assist can hurt you just as much as it can help you. And so there's certain enemies in this game that are difficult to shoot, like the Widowmaker, the Black Tusk Rusher with the shotgun. Have you ever noticed she'll stand right in front of you? And then she'll move like really slowly, like I'm moving right now, like really slowly like this, and literally that close to you. And you shoot her, but for some reason your whole mag misses her. You ever notice that? You're like, she's right in front of me and I'm missing her, and then she kills me with her KSG shotgun. How? I have a semi-automatic, or I have a full automatic SMG. How did I miss all that? I started paying attention to that a little bit closer, and there's like at least one enemy in every faction that's difficult to kill like that. And what the devs have done, okay, if you pay attention to your thumbstick, is that they're using the aim assist against you, so that like if you notice, if the enemy's rotating this way, your thumbstick will be moving in the opposite direction, and it's ever so slight. It's a slight movement, right? And so you're sort of fighting your controller to land shots on her. And every faction has one, at least one, if not two, of those types of enemies, where the devs have made them more difficult to land shots on. So the way they scaled up that enemy is by making them, I guess, dodgier, right? Easier to miss shots on. But in order to do that, they've used aim assist against you. And that really sucks. Really sucks. So I almost feel like it's like kind of cheating. Like they're cheating. The devs are cheating. So there's also times you ever notice, like when you're playing a like a one-shot build, like a pistol build or whatever, right? And a group of enemies spawn in front of you for whatever reason, and then you want to shoot the guy that's closer to you, but for some reason the aim assist pulls your gun over to the guy that might be in the back of the crowd, and so then you're shooting at the guy in the back, but he's not your biggest threat. The biggest threat is the one that's shooting at you in front, right? So you don't care about that guy, you care about this guy, but you're having to fight your own controller. It's like literally fighting your controller to get back to that guy, and then you end up getting killed because of that. So these are all aim assist issues. That's aim assist. Or you got a headshot build, there's a medic that you're about to shoot him in the head, but for some reason the gun automatically snaps to his weak point, right? And because of that, you end up losing your headshot stacks on his weak point. And so, and then now you got to rebuild your headshot stacks, you know, for a headhunter all over again. So these are all aim assist issues. So I'm wondering if we're better off without aim assist, you know? And so I'm going to do that study. It's got, I got it right here, actually. Let me just grab it. And so this is partly going to be an Elite Series 2 controller study. So I'm going to do an unboxing and an analysis of this video. And it's part of the aim assist. So aim assist with a standard controller, and then aim assist off with a standard controller, right? And then also aim assist on with an Elite controller, aim assist off with an Elite controller. Which is the best combination? Is it worth turning off aim assist and getting an Elite controller? That's the question. You understand? Is it worth turning off aim assist and just buying an Elite controller? Because an Elite controller is awesome anyways. We know that, right? You can program buttons and do things like that, right? So these are really important questions. And so I'm gonna hopefully give you a final answer. Now I've already started testing, so I haven't opened up my Elite controller because I want to do that for you guys on a video, like an unboxing experience, and then with the analysis. But right now I'm doing the other test, which is aim assist off and a standard Division 2 controller, you know. And then of course there's the other way, which the default way, which is aim assist on standard controller. So Who's launching grenades at us? God, those guys are fucking annoying. I hate when they fight us. Okay, I was just about to restart this mission, but I just healed him. I hate when they fight you at the entrances of these missions because it's like they're using up ammo, precious ammo. There's no ammo stash out here, you know. You need the ammo. You need your heals. They don't give that to you here. So yeah, I'm really excited to bring that to the table. So I'm doing it right now. So expect actually this week. Where are we on Tuesday? Let me just think out loud realistically. Ice Yamamoto turns his aim assist off. And Ice, are you running? Ice, are you running an Elite controller or X? What are you running? What's your setup? PlayStation, Xbox? I would love to know how you run it. And I have a friend that runs aim assist also, and I can't remember if she has an Elite controller or not. But if you can turn off aim assist, I think you're better off, guys. I think the game, there's like, I have that issue. All those issues that I brought up happen to me all the time. All the time. So I got to think about, God, this one works. This build works so good, guys. It's such a better experience than True Patriot. Look at, we got that reload. The auto reload just happened. It's 240 in a minute. This is a cool build. Just got the reload. See that? We just got the reload. Okay. So let's keep on keeping on. We haven't reloaded yet. So where are stacks at? Are we looking healthy? 83 stacks, 58 rounds. You see that ratio there? So you need that buffer. we'll have a buffer as long as we don't like shoot into the air. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is the better setup for sure. So we're gonna tag the chunk on the left, and then focus on this chunk on the right, and then if we can break his chain, even better. But we want to use those chungas, right? There we go. Let's keep that chunga tagged on the right. Tag. Go for the chain. By the way, when you're fighting chungas with the LMG, then they're not shooting back at you. Obviously, that's pretty darn helpful. So he's a little deep. There we go. Pulling in. It's a little deep, so there's a little damage. So we got to reload. You see 230 rounds again. So we haven't reloaded once in this whole series. And then the reality is like when you're here, you got one enemy left. You know what I mean? Like where are our stacks? 24. So if I switch weapons, know this, right? 0 stacks. Go back. My stacks are gone. Okay, so switching weapons will cause you to lose your stacks. Now that's fine. I say like if the reality is like when you're in the end, you should have, you know, another good weapon like an assault rifle or something like that, or even a rifle. Good job, guys. That was a clean clear. That's how we want them to go. Then, you know, just when you're down to that last guy, don't mess around with your LMG. You know what I mean? He's like, we have a sniper in the back. Like the smarter play is just to switch your weapons. Forget about the steady hands. You know, and put on a more realistic weapon for that one sniper sitting in the back. You know what I mean? Like trying to pull your LMG out at him. What's the distance there? I don't know. That's like an easy 75 meters. Easy. You know what I mean? Where he was hiding. So cool. So we're gonna use a stoner in here, and I have no doubts it'll pull off. But just note that switching weapons will will be a drag. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch to an actual decoy in here because it does do a better job of taking aggro, and we really want to be able to lay down our fire. So, okay, right on. Here we go. So I can get my decoy out. Swing to the back of the room. And as soon as you can start firing with negotiators, the better. Gotta reload.
Serious trauma.
Oh, come on, man. What the fuck?
Agent incapacitated.
Oh, Carl said, Robinson said uses the enhanced controller with 2 programmable buttons. See, I'm really looking forward to the programmable buttons too. This is annoying, like that we're still here. The programmable buttons I'm really looking forward to because you know one of the things about the controllers system is that it's such a pain in the butt to damn, there's still a guy left. Fuck. To like switch to your pistol, you know? Like it's really hard to switch to a pistol. You have to triple tap or whatever it is, and it's just like I find myself like on the always overdoing it. Like you end up back at your primary weapon sometimes or whatever. And so I want to program a button to go because you should be using your pistol a lot, and I don't because uh-oh. Fall back, fall back. I need you to be alive to take aggro. Go for those barrels, go for their guns, break the chains.
An agent needs assistance.
If you break the guns, you don't have to fall back.
Agent down.
Oh, you're letting me go. Oh, we almost won. See, I got suppressed. They ended up suppressing me. Let me throw out my decoy. We had that. It's all about getting that aggro. So yeah, if you break their chains, guys, they're not a challenge. Just you just have to keep their chains broken and whatever.
Agent down.
I killed myself.
Signs 0. Yes. An agent needs assistance.
No, Ryan, I play on the Xbox. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm only on one platform. Oh, Warrior Cowboy, I don't think I saw your question, man. Let me scroll up, see if I can find it. Was it a long time ago? Looking for Warrior Cowboy's question. What was it? I have a new build for group play. I call it the Pyromaniac. Oh, cool. I see that comment. Warrior Cowboy, I'm not seeing it, bro. Could you mind retyping the question? I don't know why I don't see it. Maybe it was not in the stream, or are you talking about maybe something? I wish you could search chat. It doesn't allow you to give you a search function though. Yeah, Ryan, you go for backpacks first. I like to go for ammo chain. The ammo chain, like I feel like it's. I mean, it's like when they present their back, I get it. It's really, it's like very appealing. You know what I mean? So I get it, but I like the chains because it stops them from moving forward. And their biggest threat, the biggest threats from the what you would call it, the chungas, is them shooting at you, because if they're shooting at you, you can't shoot at them, right? Because they suppress you. So, and if they suppress you, they're moving and they're coming towards you, and so they get closer and closer and closer. And now they presented a second threat, which is their hive, right? Their stinger hive. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I break their backpack, their stinger hive still attacks me. Does that happen to you guys? Is that a glitch? Because I've heard some people say, oh, if you break their backpack, then their stinger hives are disabled. That doesn't happen to me. I still get the stinger hive. But cool. I think that's all we need to do in there. We're obviously not having that much fun in there. So get back out here. But yeah, so I usually go for the chain. Like when I can, I like break those, unless I know I'm just gonna kill them really fast anyways. But if they suppress me, and then they end up getting an angle on me, that's usually why. Like the chains hold them still, especially in the small rooms. Like it's like break the chain, break the chain, break the chain, stop them from moving forward. Now you don't always have the opportunity. Maybe your weapon is like really unreasonable with the handling and whatever. So, but. Like, you wonder how tanky we can go with this? I mean, does it matter? You know, I don't think so. Like, I don't think adding armor is gonna do much for you at all. You know what I mean? Like, you might be able to add one more tier and it's gonna help a little bit, but because you don't have any armor regen, it's sort of what's the point? You know, you'll be able to take a couple of extra rounds, but you're gonna be losing so much damage. I mean, beyond 1.1, I'd see the point with 1.1 million. Get to a nice, comfortable spot if you like 1.1 million. But beyond 1.1 million, unless you have some sort of regen coming in, I don't really think it's a good idea. I think you're better off maintaining your damage and just having a really good decoy aggro situation. You know, that's what I recommend. So that's what I'm saying. So like, I guess my point is, like, I don't really see, the point in adding a bunch of armor onto our build. It would be interesting to get, I mean, it'd be hard, but like, you know, how do we get a good regen on this build, right? It's hard. We'd have to lose Negotiator's Dilemma, right? Is the build fun and viable without it? Maybe. I don't know. You know, but we'd have to do stuff like this, right? Let's do that. So we got 1% armor regen, 2% armor regen right there. Now it makes sense to have a little bit more armor, and then we would probably have to lose the 511s because we lose too many slots, you know. So we could put on something like that, right? Which would help counter the loss of crits that we just experienced with dropping this. And then we probably want to run the Coyote's Mask to make up for the crits lost again. And then defense, you know, for holster, I don't know. You could go a lot of different directions of holster. Walker, we could go another Bellstone. We could go more crits. It's not bad. Probably would need to be a Cheska though. Do I have a Cheska holster right now? I can make one. I can just do that. Okay, so we need to change one of these. Let's put that in the chance. Come on. There we go. 57,129. So, but now we got damage to armor, and then we got the armor regen here. And so this is actually kind of nice, right? So this kind of synergizes here because the Emperor's Guard D-pads, besides the nice armor regen that they're giving us, is that it gives us skill duration, and that means we're gonna have our decoy out a little bit longer, right? Which is gonna take our aggro away from us. So let's see if we can pull this off. If we like it, better, worse, what's the deal?
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, that's fun, Ice Yamamoto. Have you tried it with the, I'm sure everybody has, but the Diamondback with the negotiators is actually fun if you're an advanced player. Right on, Carl. I see your comment there. Being able to run and slide, jump and slide. We just took that off, Warrior Cowboy. We just took it off. We had the, I took it off on purpose because we were losing, I replaced it with armor regen instead and then added an armor core. But the reason why I didn't want to keep it was, I mean, we're better off with a second piece of Bellstone now, right? Because we got the one Bellstone there. But I want to try it with first without, so it's a balance between defense and offense. But I didn't want the death grips, because I have one piece of Bellstone, the death grips are now outdated, I guess. Outdated on this build is what I mean. Not bad, that heal. Do you see that? Take some damage. You see the healing? Now, if we had to negotiate, if you're running solo, negotiators is an option, right? I mean, even if you're running group, but I'm saying, like, especially if you're running solo, because that's gonna help those heals a lot, and you're gonna get to keep the damage from the damage buffs when you're at full stacks. So it's dumb to be shooting at that turret. Sorry, I was zoning out for a second. Let's get back in the game. So decoy out. There we go. So that decoy is going to stay out longer.
Off the street.
So hopefully we don't
be handy
take as
with
much
the steel,
damage
if you know what I mean.
But we got guys sort of left flank apparently, so not looking at the decoy.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta
So
be
you can
handy
run
with the steel, if you
like
know what I mean.
obliterate too, but the way I look at it is like, look at that, we got 10 rounds and 87 stacks. So in this scenario,
You can't be any
reload.
geek off the
And then
street.
the problem with that
Gotta be
is
handy
watch.
with the steel, if you know what I
we
mean.
got 93 stacks. So now we're gonna reload in a few seconds here. You see that? So
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
that's probably because I was shooting at that stupid turret. You don't want to do that. You don't want to waste shots.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
I think that's why negotiators might be the best setup for it, because you know that you can
Can't
always
be any
just
geek
tag
off the
everybody
street.
and then
Gotta be
keep
handy
staying
with
at
the
guy
steel,
that's
if you know what I mean.
most forward position to you.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
See, 58
You can't
stacks,
be any
120
geek
rounds.
off the
So,
street. Gotta be handy with the
let's see
steel, if
how
you
many
know what I
rounds
mean.
we have left when we reload. So about 70. So and we started at 250. So
You can't be any geek off the street.
that
Gotta
puts
be
us at
handy
about,
with
what
the
is that,
steel, if you know what I mean.
45%? So we got 50 rounds. So that means, yeah, that puts us at right there at 50% accuracy, right? Am I right? We got 50 rounds left, and we reloaded just now with 50 rounds left. Yeah, it's about 50% accuracy. Yeah, we ended up right around that. So. how much I can take here. Yep, well, I survived it.
Needed.
Negotiators is better. I mean, this is all right. It's working. I mean, it works. I like the defense. I mean, my armor's up a lot, but like the multi-killing and no reloading thing is just too nice to refuse. Just too nice. Yeah, so I think that's ultimately gonna be my recommendation. I don't see any point complicating it. Do you guys want to see, unless you want to see a tanky negotiators version, I'd be willing to do that. All right, on Warrior. If I missed something, man, no worry. I'll retrace my steps and see if I missed something. If I didn't get your answer, then you know, feel free to drop me a line or whatever. Yeah, but I would be willing to do a tanky negotiators version, you know? And the reason why is because the way I look at it is we'll be able to get more out of that armor on kill, you know what I mean? Because we're killing 2-3 enemies at a time, so getting that armor up isn't a bad thing. The fog helps us right now too, right? Like, you take less damage in the fog. Let's see, do I have pieces I can make a tanky negotiators? So that one, yes. And then I think my knee pads too, right? Yep, so I can put crit down there. So let's do that real quick. I'll let these guys stay fighting real quick. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna re-roll these pieces. Let's get some armor up on this. Because you're doing so much damage. I mean, 900,000 is nice, but with the all red negotiators, but I think if we pump up that armor a little bit, it'll be fun to see that armor spike. It'll go up and down, up and down. That looks fun, Warrior Cowboy. Firewall, Scorpio Shotter, Pyromaniac AR, Fire Sticky Bomb, Fire Turret, and Eclipse Protocol. Yeah, it's a lot of fire going on. Do you find yourself using the Scorpio more than you do the Pyromaniac, or how's that working? Is the Scorpio for backup, or is the Scorpio end up being your primary? Because, you know, the thing about the Pyromaniac is like it's good that every now and again it sets somebody on fire for you, except what you might consider is having the test subject instead. You know what I mean? Because the test subject will actually make your fire stronger, not just and your gun stronger, where Pyromaniac is just your gun. But, you know, I do see how the value, and some people like that every third kill will catch somebody on fire too, so I get that. But if you already have so much fire, I don't know if that's that important. So we're loading up on armor here. Let's see how much I can add based on the pieces I have. So I think this puts us at 1.5 maybe. That's what we can do. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, 1.5, that should be good. Do we want the death grips or the LMG contractor's gloves? Any takers? Okay, we'll put on crit chance here, and then I'll put on crit damage on the backpack. So we have 10% armor on kill here, but I can bump that to 20%. Couldn't do that. All right, back to the fight. Chevy Muscle, what up?
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, this will be nice. This will be fun. Like, I see armor and LMGs like they sort of go hand in hand, right? Like, look at the when you're fighting the True Sons, their heavy gunner guy. He's all armored up, right? He's got that heavy helmet. It'd be cool if you were able to do that, right? Like, just have like just your helmet is tanky. So like, you know, when and you can go prone. Oh, that'd be so cool to go prone. Oh yeah, look at all that armor. You're gonna be tanky as hell. Tanky, no reloading. Kind of like that idea. And then we're negotiators. So negotiators is gonna make up for that lost damage, right? Got the reload. Rogues, perfect. I don't know where I am though. Oh, there I am. Okay, I was lost. Like, where am I standing right now?
Agent detected.
Relative to everything.
Rogue Stinger Hive detected.
Move, lady. Like a weird lady. Get out of here. Jesus. Let's tag at these guys, right?
Rogue striker drone detected.
Especially the sniper one. The sniper one's the one you want to take down. They're always, the sniper's always the last one to kill. Always the biggest pain in the ass. Yeah, my decoy didn't last very long. The fuck?
Rogue artillery turret detected.
We should have a few guys tagged right now. Get those headshots in because of that, right? Extra 30% damage on those heads. Oh yeah. No reload on this guy. Yeah, look at the stacks. We're about to reload. Ooh, sniper, sniper.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That sniper's the pain in the ass. That's who we gotta get rid of. There she is right there. It's always the sniper. Damn, somebody's behind me now? What is that? These rogues. They're complicated. She healed. Fuck. Sniper.
Agent malfunction.
Ooh, I think she got both of us. Ooh, it's just you. Don't let anybody go down or they'll despawn. They've been doing that. So if one player goes all the way down, then the they despawn.
Target lost.
Yep. See what I'm saying? So irritating.
0.
So irritating. Yeah, so just warning, like right now if you're playing the Division 2, if a player goes down when there's rogues, immediately get them up. Immediately. Like don't delay just because
Eliminated.
it's really annoying that when one of them goes flat, when you flatline one of your allies, then the stupid rogues run away.
Supply room access unlocked.
It happens in the game from time to time. I don't know why. You know what I mean?
Access unlocked.
Like, it's been happening ever since the reanimated event, basically. Yeah, that build was nice though. That was I like this. I like this. So the armor on kill is not too helpful against rogues, but so like in that situation, I would have rather had the other ones, but the contractor's gloves. What's up, MVD? Let's see what this control point does for us here. How are things down in the Philippines right now? Calm as a paradise? The weather nice. Are you guys going into winter time down there or the rainy season?
Detected. Friendly control point in proximity.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to fight 5 of them. It is actually. Like full scale rogues are like the first to take down the first 2 is usually what it gets a lot easier once you take down the first 2, but yeah, they're a big pain in the butt at first. And it's really what makes them hard. It's not their tankiness or even how hard they hit. It's their skills too. You're having to deal with that. Their skills suppress you a lot, right? They throw the stinger at you, and like if you got a good regen build, I think that makes the rogues a lot more enjoyable because you end up using a lot of armor kits on the rogues. Armor on kill builds don't work great with rogues. So that's the armor one there. So we did pretty decent holding our own. All that armor. You know, because we dropped our damage. Yeah, that's what I figured out, because I think you're the opposite cycle that I am, MVD. We're headed into summer, spring here.
Reinforcements incoming.
So notice I'm not just like going to town and letting my bullets fly into the air too much. You know, I'm trying to minimize my misses, you know, by doing some burst damage at those guys in distance just to tag them, you know, and then when I got a true open target, then I'll go to town. Like here's an open target. I'll use him. Thanks for the blind, guys. Really? Fucking, where's that stupid arrow guy? God. There's like a lot of annoying things. Like it's annoying. You just get hit by a random arrow that catches you on fire. Like, annoying, dude. Get out of here. You're not even worth fighting. Your arrows. Like, I don't want to fight you. No fun. Caught a reload right there. Something wasn't right. Too many misses. Oops. Don't shoot at that guy. Just find a better spot. They're all hiding. That guy up there has been up there all day. Gotta go. I hate when you shoot his backpack, the counts as a miss too. That's irritating. There's 2 people up there hiding. Jesus. Yeah, we might have, let's see, too much armor because we're not getting the kill ratio. The kill ratio is not happening fast enough, so basically, we're gonna drop our armor a little bit. Meaning the armor on kill is not coming in fast enough, you know what I mean? We need that kill to happen a little bit faster. So drop this down, that puts us at 1.3.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Man, they're loaded up there. Look at how many guys are up there. Oh, that healer, huh? Gotta get rid of that guy. That's better. I can hear guys dying better. That was that change made a big improvement. We just clear out 5 guys pretty quickly. Yep, we got that reload in there too. So good.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Are there any other LMG builds you guys would like to see in general? So we've seen the largest mag, we've got the no reload. Anything else that you would like to see? I mean, we could also do a showcase on just the flat out strongest one when it comes to like highest crit damage potential out of an LMG. Which one is the strongest? Kind of like we did with the AK-47. Strongest in its class.
Assistance needed.
That's probably an obvious one we need. Scotty, what's going on, man? Welcome to the show.
Detected hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
Yeah, 1.3 feels pretty good though with this setup, I gotta say. 1.5 was feeling too tanky. Need some enemies. It's got this lonely guy. Let me shoot at nothing here.
Agent down. Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
The convoy is taking forever to get in here though, isn't it?
Serious trauma detected.
Flanked, are we? Oh, got a DPS right there.
Agent down.
Juan D'Angelo, I mean, it's not that it's no good. It's nice. Striker, you know. Like, I would say, like, you know, it's one of those scenarios, you know, the Striker Bullet King combo. It's just sort of one of those Striker, it's kind of like, you know, Striker, in a sense, makes anything that doesn't feel good, good. You know what I mean? Like, you could put this with Striker, and it'll feel great. You know what I mean? And so, but it is good. It is good, that setup. I guess what I'm saying is, like, but anything you put with a 4-piece Striker is gonna feel good. I mean, what weapon have you put with a 4-piece Striker and you say, oh, this sucks? You know what I mean? Like, it's like it's one of those sets that's just like, and plus, the Bullet King needs a major damage supplementation, and Striker's gonna give you that amp damage. And it's already got a fast RPM, so it's sort of, you know, it's good. I mean, like, there's probably only, to be honest with you, with the Bullet King, there's probably only a few ways I would run that build, the Bullet King. And I'm not a big fan of the Bullet King in general, but, damn, there's 2 turrets out there. That's painful. Get out of here. Get a better angle, those turrets are painful. Like with the Bullet King, there's probably, I either run it with the Negotiators or Striker. I mean, I don't see any real reason to run anything else. You can, but I don't know, you know. At least Striker is gonna supplement the damage, but I do like it with the Negotiator setup because it's kind of like, it's also gonna supplement and crowd control. So I like that better. You know, if I had to choose, like if you made me pick one, like would you rather do Strikers with the Bullet King, or would you rather use Negotiators with the Bullet King? And technically Negotiators, because at least I'm crowd controlling also, which is kind of the point. But then we get into this question. Well, why not you just use the Stoner, you know, and put on more damage than the Bullet King, and never reload, right? That's a really good point, and that's kind of why why I'm doing this video is because I like it better than the Bullet King. I mean, I have the Bullet King right here, you know what I mean? And again, we're running a lot of armor right now, 1.3, but there's still about a 20,000 disparity. You get more RPM, so that's the benefit. And also you can suppress better, like that is true. With the Bullet King, like, if you're into suppressing, you can do it better with the Bullet King because you don't have to worry about stacks with that, right? There's no stacks. When it comes to the reload, it just naturally reloads. So it's got its purposes. It's got its purposes, you know? So that's crowd control, you know? That's a form of crowd control. You know, use Striker with the Bullet King, and then you're allowed to shoot into the air more and not worry about your stacks needed for your automatic reload, because there isn't, you know, it's not required with that weapon. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And then when you do land your target, you're getting those hits.
An agent needs assistance.
So it just kind of comes down to what do you want on your build? You know, more power or more freedom to suppress, you know? If you want more freedom to suppress, then I would say, yeah, then the Bullet King is probably the way to go. But I like this, you know, like it's kind of got a balance between, I feel like I got a lot of freedom, you know? Not a lot of suppression action, I guess, but I do have firing freedom, you know, as long as I'm actually shooting at a target. I know that sounds obvious, but there's times where, you know, LMGs, what's funny about LMGs is like you kind of have the tendency to just be holding down that trigger, you know, and the enemy will be suppressed if you're still shooting, you know, because you got such a large mag, you're not worried about it, you know, or you shoot at targets that are an unreasonable distance, you know, that's not good if you're trying to avoid reloads. But with the Bullet King, you can do that. You can shoot out unreasonably distanced enemies, and you're not doing much damage to them, but at least you get a hold down your trigger, which is fun all in its own. But in the reality of Reload gameplay, so I was testing it, so I wasn't reloading, but the reality is you have downtime, right? In between waves or whatever, and you hit the reload button. It's not a horrible reload. It's not too bad where it's just like, oh my god, I'm suffering through this reload, you know? But no, yeah, like, so I like the Bullet King as a concept. I just have a hard time creating builds for it because it does seem a little bit one-dimensional. But that being said, I mean, you basically, you know, True Patriot's good. True Patriot's good for it too. And the reason why True Patriot's good, like, you kind of get a wasted, you gotta waste a lot of redundancies from True Patriot because it gives you a larger mag and you don't need that. And it also gives you more ammo and you don't need that too because you're generating ammo. But what it does do that's helpful is that you're always firing, and so you're always landing flags. You're always flagging enemies up, right? And so that's good. And you're buffing your team by doing that. You're giving them amplified damage, and you're giving them armor regen, and so that's cool, you know. But there's redundancies there, and so it's not. True Patriot's not my favorite, but it's still good from that perspective. But I guess with the Bullet King, I guess Negotiators would ultimately be my favorite because it just really supports what the gun is gonna do. I mean, we could change it. We could swap the gun right now. Actually, let's just swap it, right? And then it's like it's gonna be about always be firing and never having to reload and tagging as many targets as possible. You don't have to worry about misses, right? You just be shooting, tagging everything. And that's definitely serves a purpose. So you're not putting out as much damage, of course, as the Stoner, but it's doing what it does. You know, it's gonna take you more bullets to do it, but that's okay. You know, you can go this route. I mean, it's got like a lot of bursts, so you know, but it's not like the worst burst in the game. Like, you know, like it settles down after you're holding on the trigger for a while. It settles down, right? You see, right now, like with the Stoner, I wouldn't be able to do this, but like right now, I'm keeping him suppressed. I can keep him suppressed, right? And so, like Gina could walk up to him and tap him in the head with his gun. You know what I mean? Like he just did. You know what I'm saying? Like you just did, literally. And that's what that's in my opinion what these LMGs are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be allowing your guy to get up out of cover while that guy's suppressed and get a better angle on him or get close and personal on that fight. But they still can shoot at you even though they're suppressed, apparently. But I do see the appeal on a Strikers build. Strikers is no doubt makes every gun feel so good because it gives you the weapon handling and it gives you, ooh, I got no back cover. It gives you good weapon handling and RPMs, and that makes every gun feel amazing, right? It really does. So I see the appeal. So, you know, as far as likability, you're gonna like both of them, I think. Tanagooch! Sick Jim in the back. Sick Jim's back.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, and so, really good question, Juan D'Angelo. That's a really good question, though. So it's I think it's going to be preference, in the end. You know what I mean? Preference in the end, because it's gonna do what it needs to do when you put on the Striker build. So, with the Bullet King. But when we get season 9, we're gonna have another weapon to be able to choose from, right? So we're gonna be able to choose I forget the name of it, like the G39 or something like that. I can't remember the name of the dare, but that unnamed version will be an option for this unlimited ammo situations because it's got a large enough mag to pull it off, I believe. I think it's like 150 rounds in a mag. Am I getting that right? 150 rounds in a mag. That sniper's really annoying back there. Tag her. She's clearing out the whole team, that sniper. Where is she? Alright, she's tagged. Now we can focus on these other guys. See, the Stoner would have been able to, would actually be able to achieve that distance. The Bullet King doesn't. And that's because of the RPMs. The RPMs create a burst damage situation where you're, it makes it really hard to get those farther targets. See that? It goes up really fast, and then you can get control over it eventually. So the good news is you don't have to worry about losing ammo in that situation. So I can keep her suppressed. So if I keep her suppressed, then these guys can just walk on over there and shoot her in the head. So that's what's cool about this gun. But when I move, she stops being suppressed. Is that what's going on here? Because I lose my accuracy, probably. But because I'm not hitting the target, I am dispensing ammo. Do you see that? I need 100 hits to get my ammo replenished. So you can run out of bullets with this gun. Still says she's suppressed, but she's out of cover. You see that? There we go. It only took me 800 rounds. That's insane, though,
Can't
right?
be any geek off
But
the
that's
street.
kind of the idea.
Gotta
That's
be
kind
handy
of the
with the
idea.
steel, if you know what I mean.
You know, of these LMGs. Armand! Right on, man. Welcome. Hardcore. You're the man. So, you do get... Also, that gets you the gamer music playlists, which reminds me, I want to rewind the song. Armand, and so the links to the latest classified builds and gamer music playlists are in the description area of this video. So click that. Also, you can just head over to the YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel, and right at the top is a playlist for members only, and all the classified builds, the members perks, content stuff is all there in that same place. And so start at the most recent, work your way backwards, and you'll be good. Appreciate your support, man. Been supporting me for a while. I like that. Oh, did you guys know that I created more emojis, by the way? So we got a Tux Clan one, Players Club. Get new bad Bandidos ones. More thumbs ups. More thumbs. Have fun with those guys. Just for you. All right, let's see. So let's switch back to our main gun. But yeah, the Bullet King is, we're just not focused on the Bullet King today, but it is a viable weapon for what we're doing. It makes, obviously, right? Like, it makes sense. And so, but this is, I think, the nice way. I'm gonna drop my armor down maybe one more time. And just to see what we feel like at, or I can't. I don't think I can I? Wait, maybe the backpack? Yeah. Let's bring it down one more tier and see what 1.1 feels like. I feel like it's probably gonna be the best. It usually is. $54, $137. That's all I can do right now unless I went back to the White House, which I'm not gonna do. All right. So 1.1 million armor is all we did, is drop it down just a little bit.
Reinforcements en route.
See, isn't it annoying that I have my decoy out, but they still shoot at me? Like, that shouldn't be so much, you know? I know it's like not the strongest decoy, but... You know, I don't got 6 skill tiers, but, I mean... Alright, so we got everybody tagged. Start killing people. Where is everybody? God damn, they chickens.
Reinforcement complete.
I gotta say though that Mexican build, I ran this control point with that Mexican build, the Mexican. It's called the Mexican. Did you guys see that yet? Have you guys seen the promo for it yet? It's kind of fun. I can set that up for you if you guys want to in a second here. Tons of fun, that build. Tons of fun. If I wasn't doing this right now, I'd be running that build, I think. And it is centered around the Regulus. If you don't have the Regulus, I did put an alternate for you, which would be the Police Magnum on that build. But you should get the Regulus, guys. It's such a good gun. It is such a good gun. Even with the new exotics it's coming, it's still gonna be my favorite. Unfortunately, it's locked down the raid, but if you haven't done that yet, just now's a good time. Now I'd say probably the best time before the new content comes. And we have a Discord. I'll help you out with that a little bit. You need help. Who's back there? Oh, where'd you come from? Oh, she got a grenade off. Look at that. It sort of followed me, didn't it? They're good at following me. The enemies are all spread out in a weird way. I usually come from the other side, and they're always concentrated in the center here. Look at that, they're out here by the sofa in the back, and we got some way over there. Weird little setup. You have nobody to shoot at. And these guys aren't even really playing. They're not even playing. Be able to get that reload. Yep. Oh, we gotta choose our shots though. Oh, no, yeah, my bad. Now we'll get it. We're gonna get another reload. So I shouldn't have shot at depth, right? That's okay. We can get all our stacks here, real quick and easy. It's a slaughterhouse, boys. Lost tag. Got to reload. It's kind of stable. You can actually shoot and fire, huh? Feels good. I like this armor level better. 1.1. Let me switch out those death grips, okay? Let's see if we like the power better. Contractor's gloves with yeah, let's go armor regen. That's fine. No, let's not, because we don't got a lot of armor regen happening. Let's go back to crits. There we go. Let's get this crow's nest up here. I miss Clutch Berserk too. I used to run that with the Chatterbox. Liked it. And Emmeline's Guard was really fun too. It's all changed. I don't even remember what it used to be on those. .78 stack, so that handling feels really good at 78. Notice we were landing on his, basically shooting his wrist there. So those guys are pretty deep, so I gotta be careful not to shoot too much at them. If you stay, as long as you stay in your own optimal range, you're gonna be all right. So stay at peak. You know, shoot at things inside 50. Like I'll do a quick burst sometimes on these far guys just to tag them, but I'm not gonna lay down cover fire on them. I'm gonna suppress these guys. That medic. Yeah, see, so although we only have 10% armor on kill, like the theory is that with the contractor's gloves, we might be killing better, and so we'll get it more frequently, even though it's not 20% armor on kill. Or when dire times require it, you know what I mean? Better to get 10% than none. Oh, we just had a reload right there. You know what it is? It's probably like how they're coming from this deep section like that, and then you know, like a couple of shots to tag him is like acceptable, but I think, you know, too much other than that causes that reload. It's not bad. The reload on this gun isn't bad. Like if you have to reload sometimes, it's all right. Also, more burst fire before when you don't have that many stacks, and then as soon as you get all your stacks, then just start laying down. Damn it! This guy down there. Oh yeah, boss is going down. Got somebody coming up behind me though. Yeah, I mean, I think I like the contractors goes better than the death grips. You know, I think that's a kind of a happy place. My little happy place. Totally, I be smoking. You're right. You really should just be me. Like right now, like you be manual. You should, like if this is in between waves, or even when you have downtime, like everybody's suppressed, just reload. Just reload. I'm just tracking it. You know what I mean? But he's right. I be smoking's right. Like you need to reload when you have a break. When you have a break, reload. And so there's some guns that might be close enough that they'll be realistic gameplay. Realistic, like if they're maybe at 200 rounds, then they might be realistic to use. But there was one of them we just tried, and it was like we were reloading a lot. Was that the Para? We tried the Para. It was like we were in that legendary, and there were tanks right there, and tanks are like really good targets. Like with those tanks just sitting still, and they're really slow movers. It's like you should be able to lay down your LMG on it. Oops. What guns was that we tried? So we tried a Negev. It's got 165, so that's not gonna do it, right? I think that's too low. I think you gotta be at least 200 rounds. Yeah, that's right. We tried it with we switched our gear to True Patriot. It was a big bummer. But 165 rounds, I mean, first of all, the Negev, if you're thinking about the Negev, you should be asking yourself, why don't I just run the Bullet King? Right? If you're going for reload. If you're going for damage, then you go with the Negev. So then that brings us to these cowboys, right? And now this one we decided not to use because it doesn't. Well, I don't know why we didn't decide not to use this one. I thought it did take that scope. Earlier it was not taking that scope, but then maybe just the mag. And then let's put this quick check there. So do we got the big mag? Yes, we got the big mag. Okay, so let's try this one. I don't remember why we didn't use it, but oh, it's not that one. What the hell? I just on it. That was a par. We tried that one. Just lost it. There's this one, the M60E. Does anybody like this gun? This one's Optimist, but it's got the mag size at 168. Quite a bit higher in damage, but it's too small. Actually, I don't even know if it's worth it because we'd need 100, and then you get 68 stacks. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It just depends on how much you want to rely on it. That no reload situation. Which is the strongest of them all? Does anybody know already? Jeremy Howard, what's up, man? Hi from the Pacific Northwest. I'm also the Pacific Northwest, so me and Jeremy got that in common. This wet, soggy, sometimes sunny for 5 minutes weather we got going on. So let's continue the journey real quick. I'm gonna just swap out the talent on this gun. I'm gonna re-roll it real quick, and then you guys can go ahead and start the next fight if you want to. Cool, I'm just gonna change this gun talent real quick, and then we'll head out to the next control point. So it's actually their legendary build series that I created. That's why it's called I Am Legend. So their legendary build series I created, and I ended up actually running them in the raid just because I was went through a raid and happened to have it on, and it worked out really well. It actually uses glass cannon with the Police M4, and you'd be surprised, and you're like, what? But it worked out really good. Never died once. And the catch to it, which is really fun, is it had max explosive resistance. Now there's 3 builds in this video, one video, okay? 3 builds with one video. And here it goes. And it's got max explosive resistance. And as you know, both raids, especially Boss 4 has those explosives and your resistance to that. You can take it right versus 580 and 168 rounds in the mag versus 250, but 100,000 or yeah, 100K on the Stoner, and then 128 here, and so it's strong. It's stronger than the Para, and it's got a larger mag. But we also have that attribute. That's probably why it's the same size mag. So let's see how. What's that reload on this thing? 5.3 seconds. Yeah. So let's see how often we have to reload with this. There's gonna be some sort of reloading, and so what I'm gonna do is try to realistically reload when it makes sense. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna over reload, but like I'm like, okay, I'm downtime. There's no enemies in between waves, or there's nobody nearby, or they're always suppressed. I'll reload in those moments. You know, I got 5 seconds to spare apparently. And we'll see if like, okay, is there a balance here that makes sense for everyday gameplay? And then when you're fighting a big chunga, the thing is that the reality is that you should probably be in an okay situation because those chungas are big and fat and hard to miss, and so your whatchamacallit, your accuracy. Ooh, you can feel that difference coming in, huh? The power. So your accuracy should be up high enough to where. Somebody's gonna flank me in a minute. Maybe this guy, thinking about it. Ooh, you can feel that power. 500 RPMs actually feels pretty good on this gun. So right here is probably a good reload time, right? You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna reload anyways. Nobody to shoot at, they're too far away. Just thinking about coming in. They're suppressed. You know what I mean? So if we integrate that, does this feel pretty cool? Or do we even not even notice we got the free reload? Let's see. Damn, it hits hard though. Also got a little bit of a control issue, but we'll get those stacks up. I hear a bad guy somewhere. I don't see him. We are fucking suppressed ourselves. I mean, there's so many, those turrets out there are just wailing on us. Yeah. And that's the reality of a lot of gameplay, and you got to consider that when you're looking at these no reload builds. You know, it's just like, the reality is that I'm reloading all the time anyways, because like, look, my armor broke, I'm suppressed, I'm in cover, I can't really shoot anyways. Might as well just reload. You know what I mean? I mean, that is a thing, you know? I mean, we're just getting the shit kicked out of us. Might as well reload. You know? I mean, but this gun wails on him. It's pretty hard. And we got a 1.1 million armor, remember that? I like it. Let's get into a crow's nest scenario. Use tag. Use tag. Use that medic tag. Use tag. See, we're in a reload situation coming up here. Notice that. So here's a time where you don't want to be reloading. You see that? Right here. I mean, we'll survive, but like, you know. Oops, we got out of cover. I mean, we didn't have, like, if we got to shoot at him earlier, he would have died. He's dead anyways, because negotiators, but. And a lot of that's typical, you know, it's typical control point issue is that, you know, it's a big open field. They're running around a lot like monkeys. You know what I mean? So we got 60 sacks, 20 rounds. So we're gonna reload again. So it's like probably part-time working for us, about 50% of the time. But the power is nice. The handling is not exactly working for us though. I mean, like, that's making me miss more, so some of it's that. There is some, it's a pretty strong gun, and as you know, most strong weapons in the Division 2, there's a handling issue, right? Pretty typical. And handling issues matter when you got enemies jumping around like monkeys like this guy. Another reload, where we could be killing that guy right now. You know what I mean? So the stoner would be doing. So we're losing damage, right? But the stoner would have. Those guys would have all been gone with the stoner. So because you're firing more, that's the more sustained damage. You know. There's a balance, of course. There's always a balance, but I have a feeling the stoner would pay off more. Over the course of like an hour's gameplay or whatever you want to look at it. But this hits hard, that feels good. I am curious, I'm so curious, I don't know, you know, it's because I'm still collecting LMGs, but does anybody know off the top of their head which variant is the strongest variant? Like base weapon damage wise? Anybody have an idea what that one is? I'm sure it's gonna have a tiny mag. So that'll be the big indicator. So far, the stoner has been like the most usable one, you know? Some of these LMGs are kind of going to be difficult to use. Like, you know, like creating a standard crit build for an LMG is sort of hard, right? Because it's like, well, why don't I just use the... I mean, maybe you can answer this question for me, so I'll turn it around to you. But like, why don't I just use an assault rifle? Because the handling is so much better. I don't have to worry about the painful reloads, and I'll land more of my shots, and you know what I mean? So if I was going to create a standard crit build, boxes, prayers, and glass cannon, or whatever, you know, Coyote's Mask, Grupo, Cheska, and all that, like, why not just run an assault rifle? Why are we running the LMG? What is LMG bringing to the table on a crit build? Not the suppression, because I want to... Because I want to crit. That's why it's a crit build, right? I mean, I guess it could be a hybrid of that concept, but...
Heavily armored. Hostile detected.
Would you take a bigger mag for less accuracy? Because that's what LMG does. Or less handling, let's just say. Because assault rifles usually have better range as well. And so that's why I'm wondering. So that's why I have that. That's why that's why like the stoner keeps like so far has been like the #1 LMG for me, because it makes most sense for LMGs. Like these LMGs with small mags. Like why would I run an LMG with 50 rounds? Like I don't, you know, I don't have them all with me. But why would, you know, why is that? That's not appealing. The whole point of running LMGs for the big mag, isn't it? Sort of thing. Continuous fire. You know, if I wanted a small mag, I'll just run an assault rifle, wouldn't I? And so I'm not trying to be like sarcastic. I'm literally asking the question. Like literally, like why would I run a crit build with a 50 round mag LMG? Those exist, right? Those small LMG mags. Like why wouldn't I just run the assault rifle? Like this one's got magazine size, so this one is like, if we clear it, 110. The Tabula Rosa is 56. This is kind of this is a hybrid. I get that. Like this is a hybrid. It's got a high base weapon damage, but 125, 56 rounds. I mean, would I rather run the AKM? I mean, this handling isn't. It's got decent stability. But let's compare it. Let's compare it with this. So it's got a higher base weapon damage, slower RPM than the P416. So, but the AKM is going to be at what, 130, give or take? I think it's higher though. I think the Tabula Rosa is higher than the AKM. So that's something we might want to look at it. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't know about running steady-handed because it just doesn't make that much sense on it's. I mean, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but I would think putting a damage talent there instead. Like, what about this version? That would be interesting. 125,000 is pretty high. I mean, I'm running. I say that because I'm running armor cores. Let me take off the armor cores and see what it pulls it up to. I've already rolled that one, but oh, I can change it. Cool. Let's put Grupo on here. Okay. So now what is it? 137. That's pretty high. I mean, that's about the same as AKM, isn't it? Not about the same. Yeah, strained. I'm thinking strained too. I like strained. We've tried strained, and we like it. We do. We did try strained and we like it. But you know, like, I'm not big on. I mean, you can, but like, I'm not big on using things like what's it called, like measured on LMGs, just because it gives it that initial round of burst, you know, for the first half of the mag, and then that's going to give a big kick on your LMG. It's going to literally kick recoil. And then you're gonna lose that ammo, and then so you're not gonna land on the target. And so, you know, unless you got a lot of stability on that weapon, but it would be interesting to see, like, if we looked at it, this one as a, I'm gonna go ahead and equip it as in my first position. The Tabula Rosa, look at it like I'm running a really strong AK, right? Like the AKM. And then, unfortunately, I don't have the AKM on me. But I think it's pretty close. It looks close to damage. It might be a few ticks higher. The AKM is around 100, between 130 and 140. And I don't think the AKM reaches 140. I think it stays under 130. I mean, under 140. So this is right there with it, you know. And we would get more mods. I mean, the Black Market AK hits at about 133 with 4 mods. So this is 4,000 greater. And it's got 10 more RPM. And the big win, I believe, would be that stability right there. Look at the stability on that. Think of the AKM stability. The AKM has no stability, right? So, and you got a longer reload. I think the AK has 2.4 seconds. So you're gaining almost half a second, right? Reload time. But you're getting more RPM, more damage, and way better handling. That might be interesting. That right there might be like, hey, is this the new strongest assault rifle? And it's not an assault rifle. But that's the question. You know what I mean? Like, put it up against your strongest assault rifle, and this might be the best gun in the game. You know what? Let me fucking go grab it. I have one where we can roll. I don't think it's on my stash, though. I might have to switch characters and come back to the group. You might be right. I'd be smoking. So I'd be smoking says, has a lot of stopping power compared to assault. No, and he means, I think what you're saying is staggering. I don't know. I haven't noticed it. And I think usually assault, I think in my head, assault rifles have a lot better staggering. Because of the burst part, like usually weapon. I mean, sometimes it's the developers just designed it to be better, but stopping power. But the reality is, I think some of that. Sorry, let me move some of the stuff over. Like the RPM burst damage has a lot to do with it, I think. So where's my AKs? Let's see here. Yeah, they're all on my other character, so I'm gonna have to switch characters real quick. Grab that, but I have the same weapon that I think we're gonna be able to re-roll out, but the talent. So let me check real quick. Is that what this is called, OG? Is it called the RPK? So you might, yeah, I think you might be making a point there. Like that is the point of it. So we're not off. We're not too far off, is what he's saying. Like. If that's how you look at it, is how they designed it. That's a good point. Jeremy says the higher RPM means more shots landed and more free reloads and more DPS. Yeah. Also, more damage too. I mean, the higher damage, you could say the same thing about higher damage too, right? Like, because the bullet hurts more, you kill them faster, which means more free time, more free reloads. Let me see, I think this character has these other... Let me in. It's invisible wall. Alright, so... All these exotics, I know. Okay, so there's the AKM, so we'll bring that one over. I think the true comparison would be the Black Market because the number of the mods, though. But so we'll push that one over too. And then Let's see this LMG. I think I have the LMGs on this character. Yeah. So this one, the military LSW, and the custom L86. So which one's better? Actually, let me equip it. Sorry, I have to scroll through all these exotics. And then we want the military. Custom. Okay, and then let's compare it with this one. So 30 base, so obviously that's going to go up. But what's the difference there? Oh, okay, so the military's handling. Okay, so you lose a lot of damage. 109. Is that unhinged already adding to 18% weapon damage? I think it is, huh? I think unhinged changes it to 121. So I think the base is actually 109. So it's really, we're looking at the accuracy and stability. So the military, I think, is going to come with that. And then there's the RPK, the new reliable, which I think is what he's saying is the RPK. Which I do have that one. That's a different build though. That's a whole nother direction. That's because we got weapon handling. What's our reload on that? 2 seconds? Ooh, that's actually better than the AK, isn't it? Oh, it's because it's weapon handling, not just stability and accuracy. That's interesting too. All right, so let's switch this over. We got a few things to play with here. This is probably going to be a whole nother stream, but this kind of set up the conversation. What questions I need to ask the community. Sometimes I like throwing questions out there as I'm trying to figure out which direction to take the build. So we'll take that one. We'll take that one. And I think the question is, are these better than the AK-47, the AKM? You know, cool. So is the RPK the new reliable? Is that, am I getting that one right? Because I'm not sure I have just a standard RPK laying around. I'm pretty sure I don't. Oh, Robert, I think, is confirming that. Okay. Yeah, this will be a good little question. But the stoner is just the large bag. You can do a lot with that, right? You can do a lot with that, and it's already got good stability, so you don't have to worry about that so much. I mean, we could run it restrained. You know, you don't have to worry about the reloads. You know, that's just a direction, a style of gameplay. But if you're not worried about that, then all right. So before we jump in on the group, let's just get this sorted. So we got the Tabula Rosa, and then we're not going to use that. Okay, so we need that one, and the new reliable. And then actually we need to bring over the AKM. Let's push some stuff back over. Get rid of the Bullet King. Negative. What am I waiting for? Ooh, new Diceros. Don't need it. Okay, so that's our guns. Now let's put them side by side. So the new reliable, and then the AK is that I think I want to see. There we go. So damage. Okay, new reliable's close. That AKM's at 142. So, but this is definitely under. But what would we gain? How big can we get that mag? 20 rounds, so 65. That's actually pretty big if you think about it. How much more damage you could do? 50 to 65, 15 more rounds, and then you got really good handling. And that's, look at the pumped up rate of fire. I kept this one because it's got pumped up rate of fire. Obviously good damage to targets out of cover or whatever, but that's kind of interesting. More rounds, less damage, higher RPM. Okay, so let's put another one on. This one is going to be interesting. So I think this is gonna be the better one for testing military. So let's compare. So the AKM 142, 136. So they're really close. Look at that. Let's load it up. Plus 20 rounds. We're gonna run the same scope for what we're working with here on the build, and then we'll put crit chance everywhere. Okay, so SAW or LSW 136 to 142, 50 in the mag. So we got the same size mag, so we didn't pick up a mag difference. But we get a lot more stability by about, what would you say, 15% more stability. The AKM's got way better accuracy, which is interesting though. Yeah, that's a weird comparison, don't you think? This one's got a stability modifier on it, so that's interesting. They're kind of side by side almost, you know. This one's got more. One's got more accuracy. One's got more stability. I mean, you get a smoother damage drop off out of the LMG, but the damage is a little bit lower, and you get the same mag. Say, I would have liked if the mag came out to be quite a bit bigger, like 15 rounds bigger. You know, I don't know. Well, let's use it and see what's the deal. Don't use strained. Yeah, the AKM is crazy, dude. The AKM is crazy. It hits hard. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Robert. Stoner strained. Yeah, we had strained. I've had strained on before. Strained works pretty good on most LMGs, just because obviously you're holding on that trigger. So if you're not worried about the reload, if you want more damage, go that way. So there's that, and then here's the AKM. Put the scope on this. Just kind of testing out that little burst there real quick. So this is the AKM. That's running, it's got measured on it, so it's gonna have a little bit more added burst because of that. Switch it to LSW. Oh, yeah, definitely smoother. It's gonna be that. Okay. Let's go kill something. Can we? Oh yeah, that reload is actually coming over a little bit too quick. Maybe not. Let's see. What a weird concept for an LMG though, you know? I'm kind of wondering, like, why did they come up with this one? Why are they giving us this one? It's a smaller mag, so, you know. But the RPMs aren't like, I mean, there's the LMGs that are faster. I mean, it's killing quick, I guess. I think it's the base weapon damage, and that's what it's giving us, right? 136 versus, well, I'm in military, I'm 60, but the stoner is 110. So, okay. Does kill. The handling isn't horrible. The reloading a lot though. I mean, I feel like I reloaded more than an assault rifle. I don't know if that's actually the case, but that's what my impression is. but you can more run and gun with it a little bit. It's still got a little bit of a kick at first. You see that how it'll kick up at first, and then you can get control of it. It'll level off. Huh. I don't know. It's gonna take some digging around on this one. Yeah, there's a lot of LMGs. That's yet for me to figure out, like, why, you know. Let's try this one. This one's interesting, though. This is interesting. So crit chance. Because of that 30% weapon handling is, wow, actually, if you think about it. So we got the rounds already. So this one, compared to the AK again, is a little bit lower. But we got RPMs on this one. Happen to roll. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. You know what it is? So we lose the health damage for damage to targets out of cover. So that would be a big benefit, right? And then we could roll, like on this one, damage to target out of cover and damage to armor. Like this one, it's got both, right? So that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Where the AKM has got health damage. So if you're not interested in health damage for whatever reason, then you can go with these faster LMGs. So this is actually pretty interesting. Like, it'd be interesting to get another one of these and re-roll, take off rate of fire, and put on damage to armor. And then you got damage to targets out of cover, damage to armor, and weapon handling. So that'd be kind of neat. Let's give it a whirl. You know what assault rifle I really like that I think doesn't get enough love is the Manic. Give that one some attention. It's actually pretty cool. The Manic is the one that, what is it, larger? Is it fast hands? I can't remember what it is now. I created a build for it not that long ago, and it was pretty cool. It's the one that, that I remember now. It's the one where literally every other mag is bigger. It's 50% larger. It's like literally that. Every other mag. The Manic. And I can't remember if the Manic is DZ exclusive, but I don't ever see it being dropped. So might come from named item caches only or the Dark Zone. But because I never see it drop like in assault rifle world. Targeted loot. Sick Jim says, try unhinge with perfectly brace. Oh, cool. All right.
Civilians in distress.
Is from the Fire Chicken Warlord? Is that really where it comes from? The what is that agent's name? Yeah, I don't know why police M4s are really rare, but they are. There's some guns that just kind of drop, like have shitty drop rates for some reason.
Reinforcements en route.
Oh yeah. Oh, this one's nice. Can feel that right away. That handling? Yeah. There's a lot of turrets there. There's 3 turrets up there. Jesus Christ. And no enemies to shoot. Oh, there's one. Look at them just charging at me. What I also discovered is like they're actually pretty hard to suppress when you're in a 4-man group. You know, they get more aggressive. The NPCs, and so suppression talent is kind of a hard one to use. When you're in a 3-man group or below, it happens more. You suppress them more. I found. We thought we were working with the largest mag one. I was trying to suppress using this overwhelm, and I was like, I didn't know it never kicks in. I was like, I was playing solo and it was kicking in all the time. And it's because they get so aggressive when you play in a 4-man team that they don't like to go and cover as much, apparently. Or maybe when I'm just running that talent. This is not bad. It's actually kind of cool. Damn, look at all that fire everywhere, huh? I like to throw it out. I mean, the small mag on this is kind of annoying, and I feel like it shouldn't be because I got 50 rounds in it, and I'm playing it like an assault rifle. But you can feel that stacking of damage. I mean, the damage to targets out of cover. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. Actually, like, let's go ahead and put the armor on here. And then I think somebody was trying to say this earlier. I'm just not realizing what they were saying. I think they were trying to say, like, the double damage to targets out of cover is actually pretty cool. And I get it, what they were saying now. I didn't realize that when they were saying it. You know what I mean? Fox's Prayer. Yeah. Holy shit. I could, yeah. The double damage to targets out of cover, you know what I mean? Because like it's already on the gun. And then this one's got rate of fire. And I actually don't even have that much damage to targets out of cover. It's only at 7%, but it could be so much more. And I got rate of fire. So if I get a better new reliable, which I need, I bet you this thing fucking cuts trees. Right in half, you know? Yeah, this would be a fun run. I mean, it still feel like it reloads a lot though, you know? I mean, like even more than an assault rifle. But it's got 30% weapon handling, so I figured that reload is, you know, probably really, really fast. So that's the good news. Yeah, this one's actually pretty cool. Look at him. He's dead. Dead man standing. Look at him. Zombie.
Incoming hostiles detected.
He died so hard, his body didn't have time to hit the floor. Yeah, oh yeah, this fucking works. This gun's doing work. Division 2's got really good named weapons, man. There's very few named weapons I'm disappointed in. Does anybody like the Black Friday? Anybody been using that and actually like it? I've been asking that question for a while. Ooh. It'd be kind of cool to try to figure out like a no reload situation on this, like if you could work out that equation. Or make it into a Mega Mag too. Like an all red True Patriot, for example. I think this would actually benefit from that. Because it does so well with that stacking of damage.
Vital signs critical.
Or what if you stacked a brace on it? Sometimes I like doing that too, just to see how it feels. Like, okay, so this one's really good at being on target. Like, what if we spec all the way into that? Is it, would we even notice? Or would we be like laser beaming everybody in the eyeball from 100 meters, you know? Does it have enough multiplicative damage already on it that we're okay? We don't need any more? And so we're okay putting brace, you know what I mean, on the chest? Jesus, I'm blind. Oh yeah. Maroon Dread! Hardcore. Right on, Maroon.
Can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel,
I don't
if you
think
know
I've
what I
seen
mean.
you on a live stream, Maroon. Welcome. Appreciate your support, Maroon. Right on, man. Welcome to the stream too. Hardcore Bandido's a pretty cool one to have at membership level. Couple of things worth noting is that you also get access to the gamer music playlists I put together. So like if you like the music that you're listening to in the live streams, you know, and a lot of my videos too. So I create those soundtracks so you can stream them live or stream them offline or even download them on MP3s as MP3s. So from SoundCloud. They're on YouTube and SoundCloud, and the link to the latest, which is Volume 4, is in this live stream. Just go to the description area. Also, the latest classified build, which Hardcore Bandidos also get access to. And the latest one's called The Mexican. Can we take a Mexican break for a quick sec? And show you guys that. But appreciate you, Maroon. Welcome, man. And the link to the Mexican is also in the description area. And then on my create new, let's see, called demo reel. Gonna pull this in real quick for those of you that haven't seen it. 1 second. Meant to do this earlier, actually. Here we go. Give me a quick second. You're seeing a black screen. That is intended. Okay, give me a quick second. I'm just going to add the audio. And then, let's see, audio properties, demo reel. There we go. Okay, so this is the latest classified build. Check it out.
The assistant could not sleep, his heart in aching pain. The day was upon him when the gunsmith would present his gift to the nobleman and his son. The nobleman's son was a notoriously vicious soldier, worldly and wicked. For him, his father demanded something more beautiful, more perfect than he had ever laid eyes on before. But nothing, no words or description could have given justice to it, or had prepared them for the gun's flawless grace. It did not work. The nobleman took it as a bad omen. The curse had rendered it useless in unworthy hands. The nobleman was insulted by the ineptness, angry with the poor gunsmith. They argued. When the nobleman's son realized that her heart belonged to that poor, simple assistant, a man far less than he was furious in anger. He could not have that. The assistant, realizing that even if the gun shall work, she would certainly die next, he begged his love to withdraw and accept her fate. Some say you could actually hear her heart break. She fearlessly surrendered her bitter spirit into purgatory. The pistol contains her damned soul.
Watch the bonus armor. Watch the bonus armor. It gets insane. Each trophy is 1.1 million. If you don't have the Regulus, you can use a Police Magnum. Look at the damage I can take here without bonus armor. Crazy. And that's it. Hope you guys enjoy that one. The link to it is in the description area below. All you gotta be is a True Bandido member level or higher to get access to those classified builds, and that's the latest one. And it's called the Mexican. Ton of fun. Thank you guys for checking that out. So, Sean Wilson, I saw your comment. I believe you, man, because, you know, he says, Sean Wilson says, let's see here. Sean is saying that ammo refill from steady-handed doesn't appear to be pulling from ammo capacity. And I think that's the case because, you know, if we look at these things, like if we notice, like when we were playing, we never had ammo issues. Now we're running gunner, so that's helping also. But I would still think, you know, from the continuous fire that we'd eventually run out of ammo. We never had ammo issues. So I think he's right. It's sort of hard. I mean, if we paid attention to the little ammo refill icon, we'd be able to, I guess, tell better while we're shooting. And so what I mean is, the gunner has an icon, right? And I get confused on what it actually looks like, but when gunner's refilling your ammo, an icon shows up at the bottom to let you know it. And so if you pay attention to that, like, let's see, let's get rid of some ammo. And then reload, so 1080. And then we're at 1042. So, and so every now and again, you don't have to be in cover, but every now and again, gunner's gonna kick in and give us that ammo, and it'll be an icon. And so it's sort of hard to track, but I think, you know, Sean Wilson is probably onto something here, because we should be having ammo issues, and we never do with steady-handed. We never have ammo issues, which is kind of crazy. So when we're continuously firing, I mean, I guess the easiest way would be, so we're at 1080 again. Did it just... And then the other weird part too is it's also, like, I'd really hate, Sean, did you test it solo? Are you testing solo? Because I think you're better off testing it solo, because the thing is, like, if my group is running gunner, I think we're all giving each other ammo. There's the ammo icon right there. Boop, and it went away. And so I think we're all giving each other ammo buffs, right? Oh, I appreciate you, CD Stanley. Thanks for the upgrade, man. I see you, I be smoking, with that double barrel comment. Kid Sav, yeah, I think we do have basically the scatter already, the pellets, if that's what you mean. But yeah, we do need a slug, like a hard, heavy-hitting slug would be cool. But yeah, each pellet from a shotgun crits. You know, each pellet from a shotgun crits. Oh, let's take that. Let's take that. Okay, go into Tidal Basin. It's kind of a wait, but thanks, OG. So actually, I'm gonna go with the stoner because this is a perfect example. Like when these little convoys come out, you know, these guys are gonna be spawning all over the place. Like we want to be never reloading. Those never reload scenarios are perfect, right? So, anyways, guys, like in the comments later or even in this chat feed, like if there are LMG builds that you want to see, call them out. Call them out because I want to go through them and I'm collecting them, and you know, I still got a lot more to collect, you know, because I need God rolled versions of this and God rolled versions of that, and you know, so I want to see like the fastest for me. Like I want to see the strongest. I want to see also the fastest. Now we know what those are, but I want to make the strongest stronger, and I want to make the fastest faster. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what I'm looking for. But now that I think about it, I do like damage to targets out of cover or damage to armor, because especially damage to targets out of cover, because you already got the highest damage to target out of cover build is going to be an LMG, isn't it? Because it's going to give you 12%, I believe. Isn't that right? 12% is the max. Let's see. Yep, 12%. And nothing else will give you 12%. Any other weapon, like an assault rifle, you only get 10%, right? So the highest damage to our targets out of cover is going to be 20%, and you can only do it from an LMG. So right there, that's a build. Highest damage to targets out of cover build. And like, how do you make it like really stand out? Make it a, why do you want max damage to targets out of cover, you know? So so those are the 3 builds I have on top of my mind already. And so, but if there's any you would like to see, even if you want to vote for one of those that I just mentioned, let me know. Because we need the next one up, and I'm not sure which LMG build I want to do next, you know? There's one of these, you know? Like we could do the LMG versus the strongest assault rifle. You know, that's a build, right? So, get one of these that are somewhat comparable. Damn, they just got into a fight. Let's kill these True Sons, maybe. Get rid of these True Sons. I wish I had a sniper to pick that guy off back there. It's 30% weapon handling. Look at that. We've taken down our range. Just wait for the convoy to get all the way over here. Just let the Warhound get over here. And then it'll pop out of the truck. We could probably get it to pop out of that truck too, but I'm trying to go for the True Sons, dudes. All right, I'd be smoking. I like that idea too. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I see what you're saying. So LMG plus Foxers, and then LMG plus Foxes, I mean, and then contractor's gloves, and then 2-piece Walker, because I don't think we'd have enough slots for Heraldi. Yeah, so if we get rid of this yellow guy, I think he's the only one in our way. There we go. So the convoy should be headed back now. Yep, it's coming. So where's the Warhound though? Did it disappear? No, it's still there. Okay. This is a farther way. It's just out there. It's moving again. Where's it going? It looks like it's coming right at us, but when I go into In game mode, it's like somewhere else. Oh, we kicked it off. All right, pushing in. Which is weird. The convoy must have died or something. So now I'm using the stoner. So I'm going for that unlimited ammo. So somebody could keep an eye on my ammo, like quantity, to see if that's the thing. But it's gonna be hard to tell in a group because we're all replenishing each other. Let's check out our left flank.
Serious trauma detected.
So these work, by the way, if you didn't know, because those tanks are stuck in the truck. And so that's ultimately what you're going for. So I'm charging up. Waiting for them to jump out of this room. And here they come. Good riot foam. See, my two most important targets are the drone lady and that healer station dude, right? So no reload, we got a auto reload there. Another wave. Try not to shoot inside that room though. Let him come out because we'll accidentally shoot the tanks. So let him come out. Let him come out. You don't want to shoot the tanks. Don't damage those tanks with your pulse. Watch the pulse. Don't damage the tanks. If we lose those tanks, it'll shut down. Now we need him to come out. There we go. Yeah, so try not to pulse. Your pulse is damaging the tank, so try not to pulse. Yeah, so that might be the last wave of it.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, so you don't want to damage the tanks because that's what allows you to have like more waves. It's not infinite, but it's pretty close to it. Like puts it in a survival mode. So, but there's no tanks now, so it's gonna expire eventually here. Yeah, but this is like a really good use case for it. Like, you know, the riot foam and the LMG combo with negotiators is killer. You know what I mean? Like they're all sitting still and you're killing like basically all of them at the same time. Oh, there's a tank in there. Nice, a new tank. So I think there's just an enemy hiding on the backside of that truck maybe. Where'd he go? Or was that it? The tank is just still alive? Yeah, because here's the loot. Yeah, research combo intercepted. Fun. Love it. Love it. I love fighting those. They're tough. They're actually pretty tough, right? But the riot foam really helps. And then, of course, negotiator. Like, right when they come out, we're just smashing them. But the riot foam is a big helper. On anything, right? On anything. Like, the riot foam is pretty strong. I mean, you know, it used to be stronger, too, right? Thanks, I be smoking. You were watching. Cool. I'm going to have to do a solo test, too. I think you're right. You guys are right about that. But solo would be even more apparent because, you know, we're not getting ammo from our homies. But good call. Good for bringing that up. You know, and I had an inkling that was the case, but I wasn't tracking or thinking about it. So I'm glad Sean brought it up. I was thinking about it from a different perspective though. So Sean thought about it the right way. I was thinking about it. I was like, oh man, I never have ammo issues because of this. I was thinking about, you know, I was like, oh, it must be the RPMs and the accuracy are just really well in balance. That's kind of what I was thinking, you know? Actually, so I wasn't thinking that, what I'm trying to say is I wasn't thinking that steady hands wasn't pulling from my ammo supply. I was thinking that everything was just really well balanced, you know? I'm talking about like the rate in which my ammo was regenerating from gunner and my accuracy together. That's why I was thinking it, you know? So it's really cool. I think it's really cool. How do we play into that? Appreciate that, Ivy Smoking. See if anybody else is running gunner. Yeah, so he's running gunner. Has anybody ever tracked that? You know, has anybody ever tracked or noticed or have the stat or can confirm, like, if everybody's running gunner, or is it only one gunner? Like if you got 4 players and everybody's running gunner, is only one of those ammo dump, whatever you call it, things, ammo resupply things kicking in, or is each one of us creating ammo for each other? So is it times 4? Are we getting 4 times the ammo? And there was something else that we discovered that wasn't pulling from ammo supply. When you get the refund of ammo. Can't remember what it was, but how do we play into that? Because that's kind of a big deal, don't you think? It's kind of a big deal. Like, how do you play into it? Like, create a whole build, especially around that. Damn, how am I always the one in front here? I must be really impatient. I just find myself on an island. Like, I have a hard time playing laid back builds. Like, even my sniper builds are really aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, I find it's kind of a survival build. It's a survival technique. I actually find in this game that the more aggressive you are, your survivability goes up. I mean, you can apply that to a lot in that statement in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, the stronger your build, the faster your time to kill, then the more survivability you have, right? Faster time to kill equals more survivability. Probably the biggest. It means more than how much armor you have is how fast your time to kill is. Like when you're running solo legendary, I play with perfect glass cannon, right? Because that's it saves my life more than it takes it away, believe it or not. Which is pretty well known across the solo legendary universe. Most solo legendary guys use, if they're running like negotiators or something like that, everybody's running glass cannon. You can also run focus though, you can. And then headhunter is probably the other most used chest talent. So above obliterate and all of that, because you really need that damage to keep you alive, that just strong burst damage. So anyways, so my gameplay kind of reflects that too. Like, I find that the more aggressive I play, when I push the enemy and put them on their heels, I keep them from flanking me because I'm flanking them. Also, that keeps them from so if they place a turret, right, then I'm no longer in the, if I'm laid back player and staying in the same place, then I'll be in that fire path, right? The path of that turret. But if I move and flank a lot, then, you know, that turret can't target me because I'm on the go. I'm now, it does not have an angle. Switching to the other new reliable. Woo! That new reliable hits hard, man. I mean, woo! Steel Flanagan, what's up, man?
Can't be any geek off
right
the street.
on, good to see you
Gotta
back.
be handy with the steel, if
Our
you know
boys
what I
from
mean.
the UK. Steve, you're in Dublin, do I remember that right? And thank you for joining True Bandidos, man. Right on. You get access to that new build called the Mexican. Do you guys know what I mean when I say the Mexican? Do you know what I'm referencing there? I'm wondering if that's a parrot. Is that a parrot? Steve Flanagan, also you should know from my YouTube homepage, okay? You know, it's my standard YouTube channel page, the one you've probably visited 1,000 times. Right at the top, there's a members only playlist. It says members only. It's like second from the top, very top, but it's really easy to find. It's it's got all of the classified builds to date that I've created, as well as more members only content. So go there for the latest and greatest. Work your way from front to back is what I recommend. So, or however you like, but. Anyways, also guys, if you're in a Players Club and you're new, especially, that in every video I drop, including live streams, I link the latest classified stuff, latest members only content, which in this case is the Mexican, and then volume 4 of the gamer music playlists. Which, if you guys didn't know, that's the music you're listening to is I create basically albums. And so they're, you can stream them online, offline. And they're about an hour long, each one, each volume. Do you guys know there's a new Texas Players Club level? It's called Bandido to the Bone. There's a couple new things coming out too besides that. But one of them, Bandido to the Bone, would separates it. One of the things that separates it is that it's gonna it gets what I call recipe cards, build recipe cards. So, which are basically you know, you can download them or save them or whatever you want to do, or just look at them online. But the build recipes that I create in a visual format with a list of the gear that's used. And these are classified builds, not classified builds, builds that have videos that would be created for them, builds without videos. You know, because there's a lot of builds that I create that I never make a video for, right? So this includes those as well. And some of these builds come from live streams or from testing. And sometimes these are just builds I'm sharing with Bandido to the Bone in advance. So eventually I'll make a build video for it a couple months later or whatever. So that's kind of what that is. But also my my PvP builds. So which I'm not going to be creating videos for other than for Bandido to the Bone. So there'll be my private PvP builds that basically nobody else would see. And it's going to extend beyond the Division 2. That'll also be for Heartland as well. And then some other perks too. So some other perks also. And there will be a Division 2 newsletter I'm creating that you can read offline. It won't be like general news so much, but there will be a section dedicated to that. But it's going to include like the current metas that we're seeing both in PvE and PvP, how to counter, discussion, hot topics basically. But I'm also going to include lore in there. A little bit of lore, but I haven't figured out the cadence yet. That's why I haven't posted it. And so I haven't figured out the cadence. Like, am I gonna make this weekly or is it gonna be monthly? You guys got any preferences? I'll probably ask the entire community. But these aren't gonna be heavy reads. These are gonna be like stuff that you can digest in, you know, 5-10 minutes and feel like you got that time period soaked in really quick. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards weekly though, you know. Want to keep you guys engaged, in the know, you know. This gun is pretty cool. Who's using the new reliable? Who's using this gun, or likes it, or goes to it from time to time? You know, I mean, not like right now, but like in general. This is actually really cool. I mean, I would like to see less reloading out of it. I'll say that, but And that might be because I have rate of fire so on it, and that's also might be why I like it. But this might be cool with the striker build too. I mean, you know, what doesn't feel cool with the striker build, but give it another 15% weapon handling. You know what I mean? So this is the gun I just used. So I got rate of fire on it. I haven't re-rolled anything because, you know, but this is a good weapon. That's a good weapon. We need to farm more of those. I know a lot of you guys have said, you know, about 20 minutes ago that you like it. The non-named version of it. Are you guys using, what, are you running it restrained? Those of you who are using it, it's called the RPK, right? Oh, right on, Steve. Yeah, I thought so. I thought you remembered before. But either way, you upgraded. Or updated. Were you a True Bandido before? You must have been, huh? Oh, look at Chunga in the neighborhood. Where'd he come from? So switching LMGs is painful, huh? It's kind of slow. Here's a good question. Let me give you guys a test question, okay? It's general community knowledge and we'll discuss it. But inside weapon handling, which this weapon gives, 30% weapon handling, right? Agreed? Okay, cool. So inside weapon handling, there's accuracy and reload speed and stability, but it also includes weapon swapping, right? Weapon swapping. So does weapon swapping, even if it's not, even if you have it as an attribute, because you can have it there, right? You can have it as an attribute instead of like rate of fire. But does weapon swapping apply upon swapping to the weapon or swapping away from the weapon, or both? What do you guys think how do you think weapon swapping applies? So, I mean, it's really rare that you have weapon swapping on, that's a good chess piece, on both weapons. But if you want faster weapon swapping, I'm kind of asking it for this reason. Are you better off putting it on both weapons, just the primary weapon, or just the secondary weapon? That's why I was sort of asking it, because it is an important thing, right? So let's say you get, let's say your second weapon serves a purpose, right? Maybe it's to push off a rush. Maybe it's a shotgun in case you get rushed, right? And so if you get rushed, you need to on the fly really quickly switch to your secondary weapon. So does that mean you want a weapon swap speed on your secondary weapon or your primary weapon, or both, in order for it to come into effect? Oh, right on. You're in a PC. Steven, I don't think I knew you were in a PC clan, or I did, and I forgot. You guys are rocking lately on PC. Loving all that activity over there. Right on, by the way. Thank you for the bussies. Okay, just put up that poll. So hopefully the question's kind of clear there, but the question goes, if I want weapon swap speed, like weapon handling includes weapon swap speed, but if you want it as an attribute, Do you need it on the weapon you're swapping to, or the weapon you're swapping from, or both? And it's kind of confusing. It's kind of confusing. That's why I'm asking. Because would it be cool to have like if you're running gunslinger and versatile, do you want fast, like really fast weapon swapping? You know what I mean? That'd be cool. Or do you just need it on one of the weapons, or do you have to have it on both the weapons? You know? Because with versatile and gunslinger, you really don't have a primary weapon. They're both primary. Speaking of primary, let's move the new reliable up front. This control point's always a pain in the ass when you kick it off. You get like everything thrown at you. Grenades, flamethrower, the lawnmower cutting your ankles.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
And then the turret, of course, pinning you down a lot. One unit G unit! One unit G unit. One unit G unit. I appreciate the upgrade, bro. Right on. See, look at that. Look at what's going on. Yeah, I hope you dig that, bro. Can you guys believe we're only like 6 weeks away, 4 to 6 weeks away from that new content? Right around the corner. I don't think my opinion's changed. I think I'm still like really, oh God, this is not good. No, no. I think I'm still looking forward to the Catharsis Mask and Uzina Getica the most. Uzina Getica is gonna keep us busy. So many builds for Uzina Getica. So many builds. Oh, cut that fucking lawnmower. God damn it. You see what I'm saying? This control point's nasty. It's a nasty one. Not fun. Not a fun one to fight. Especially when you're alone. I mean, oh God, that lawnmower keeps coming back, and every time I look to shoot it, it like takes off. Get out of here, jerk. Yeah, so, but like, we got so many, like, hybrids are gonna come back. It's gonna be, we have a couple of different types of hybrids, right? So, look forward to builds like Slaughter and Game Over, okay? So builds like that, that's what's gonna come from these new gear sets. So if you like those, not necessarily, both on the skill side and the DPS side. So we're talking hybridization a little bit. And I mean, obviously the straight, you know, there's the straight up builds, those are gonna be pretty obvious. But I mean, like, I'm talking about like the creative builds that we've come to love so much on this channel. You know, I see a lot of potential for that, for more of those type of builds, more Slaughter, Game Over style builds. And we got so much, I think we got more coming than people realize, you know what I mean? It sounds like, oh, a couple new gear pieces or whatever. Oh my God. All I gotta say is, like, the only real change that we've gotten in the game for a year and a half is the Striker setup change, right? Okay? And Striker's been around forever, and look at how many weapons and builds and guns. I mean, we're still toying around with Striker. People are still toying around with it, right? Okay, that aside. With things like Uzina Getica and the Heartbreaker and Catharsis, like, on the map now, like, oh my God, we got so many varieties of new builds, you know, that are gonna get better or stronger, and then flat out just whole new concepts. It's gonna be both. That'll keep us busy for a year. Now, I want new content too, so don't get me wrong. I'm just more excited. I guess my point is I'm more excited about that than any game mode, you know. But I would like to use those new builds on new game modes. But don't worry, we're gonna get new game modes in more ways than you think. You gotta look beyond, you know, like Heartland, right? That's good, like Division 2, same style, new game mode. Obviously, it's gonna be a new character, and you got the new grind for gear. But at least it's free, right? We think it's gonna be free. That whole concept. Nothing's really free though, right? But anyways, so look at that, because I'm gonna be covering that. So I'm gonna be covering Heartland, and I'll probably be covering. I'm planning on covering X Defiant also, if it ever comes out. And Division 3, of course. So, you know what I mean? But look at it like the Division world now, right? It's just like a greater world beyond the Division 2, and I think the devs are looking at it that way to some degree, which is probably why the roadmap is considered in the way that it is. They're not done though. They'll give us more. We're gonna get more. Don't you worry. We're gonna get apparel events. I'm pretty sure they're gonna probably pick up that game mode again. They're doing something out there on Kenley College, right? I wish we just had their ear and strength to be able to say one thing, right? Which is like this, like, hey man, if you could just like add legendary to the whole world, it's such a simple change, and boy, would we have a lot more gameplay, you know? Can you imagine fighting these control points on legendary? It'd be awesome. Or can you just add Tidal Basin, make Tidal Basin legendary? I mean, that would just add a bunch too, right? I mean, I wish they would just acknowledge that. I get it that, oh, well, it's a lot more work than you think. We have to, you know, all the spawn points change and, you know, whatever. I get that. But, like, the map doesn't have to be redesigned, does it? You don't have to work through that shit. It's still gonna be faster. Oh, I didn't notice that subway icon. It was Ivy smoking. Did you only see that subway icon when you were in the PTS, or are you saying that it shows up now in the live game mode? I didn't hear about that little icon. Anything's possible, but anything that could also just be there for some nonsense reason too. We found that out about the gloves, right? The new exotic gloves that aren't going to be. Like, they were just there for a nonsense reason. MG5, do we like the MG5? It's fast. It's got measure, we can make it faster. Hold on to that for a minute. Not that I got the stash space to hold on to anything.
Supply room access unlocked.
Well, that's interesting. Armor regen and repair skills. I have to let it go. Still an enemy alive out there. Yeah, well, I know they were doing some changes to the summit out there in the Chinese market and the Asian markets. I wonder if that has something to do with it or not. Actually, this could be nice for the combined arms backpack combo. Spark with combined arms. Maybe somebody will want that. Because 2 Hana will give you damage, skill damage. what do you guys think about the mods? There's new mods coming too, right? Anybody know about the new mods? Bueller? So we got pulse resistance mods and apparently weapon handling mods. I don't know. I haven't personally confirmed the weapon handling mods and the skill damage mods, but anybody know about those? Hear about those? Have you guys seen an official announcement on that yet? Other than rumors? Yeah, so I'm looking for the actual source on it though, but yeah, so we're getting new mods. And I was kind of expecting it even before the announcement because there's so much pulse stuff coming in, you know, like spotter, heartbreaker and all that other stuff, right? Like the Kingbreaker and all that they're gonna have to give us some sort of resistance to pulse, right? And so apparently there's going to be a pulse resistance mod. There's also the rumor that I haven't confirmed yet is, and I have a feeling it's a good rumor that it'll probably pan out, but I need to find the source. Yeah, so that there's also going to be a skill damage mod and a weapon handling mod, which I've always felt like there needed to be. Didn't you guys always feel like there needed to be one of those? You know what I mean? Like, I've always felt like there needed to be weapon handling mods. And the reason why is because it's like efficiency for your build stuff. If we had weapon handling mods and stuff like that, what's going to happen is that it'll allow you to consolidate your gear. And so it's you know where Yannick said that they're not going to give us more stash space and that they're going to need to find more creative ways to do that, right? Okay. So skill damage mods are a more creative way to do that, right? Because then we could dump like a lot of the this or that extra piece we're keeping because in case we need more skill damage or whatever. And same with weapon handling. Right? So those are going to be apparently coming in the mods is skill damage, weapon handling, and then pulse resistance, of course. So I'm curious to pick up this Negev because it's got measured on it. Let me buy it. It's not a very good roll run, but it's for testing purposes. So there's gonna be another whatever you call it, annex. You know, they're gonna publish a news article, right? And so forget the name of it. Sorry. But I'm pretty sure they're going to cover all of that, and that's when it'll be official. But it's a good pistol right there, guys. It's not super godly, though, so too expensive. You can craft this, too, by the way. So, you know, I don't want to say that's official, but I feel like that's going to really pan out. It's already kind of making its way around the community. It's just that I haven't seen an official post on it yet. Doesn't mean that post doesn't exist, but I haven't been able to find it. Right on, Steven. So Steven's letting us know that we got 6 places left in one of the PC clans. So if you guys want to join that clan, then head over to Discord. It's usually the best place. And the Discord links are dropping in the chat feed. There's also a Discord link in the description area of this video. So if you're down to run with the Tux clans, hit us up. Also, if you're looking for that Regulus for that gun that I just put out, the Mexican, then connect with the clans. They're raiding all the time, so it's good. Oh, you can also just head over to the Discord. Either way, in streams, a lot of the the Tux clan folks are hanging out in the streams often. So if you haven't made your way over to my Discord yet, you want to make a first connection, you can do it right here in these live streams. And they will get you sorted out. Good people, though. You guys should be over on Discord. It should be over on Discord if you're not. Just really Discord's really filled with just a bunch of good people, you know what I mean? Helping you out, build discussions happening over there. Full time, 24/7 basically. So, you know how we roll. But cool, so I'm leaving you guys with the build here. You know, we ran it in several different ways. None of them were wrong. But I feel like between 1.1 1.3 million armor, no higher than that, I think, is ideal. And then I think this is the best option here. So it's got damage to targets out of cover, damage to armor already. See that? And then steady-handed. And it was brought up to our attention that steady-handed actually doesn't pull from your ammo. So those 250 rounds are going right back into your gun. And which is one of the reasons why we never have ammo issues. And so this is basically a no reload gun. There are situations where you can force a reload if you're, you know, shooting in the air too many times. So you got to get those stacks. You got to get those hits. That's all it takes is hits. And we got 250. So, you know, as long as you're averaging, you know, what, 40% weapon accuracy, then you'll be good to go. Something like that. So. Cool. So also we got this pool we're running real quick, and the question was weapon swap speed, where does it need to be to go into effect? And 40% of you thought on primary, 40% of you thought on secondary, and 20% said it's best to have on both, which is exactly what I expected. Confusion. Really. And so also it's kind of a difficult question. But so it's gotta be active on the time of that you're switching for the game to register it, right? So in other words, on the new reliable, it's that swap speed is gonna kick in when you're swapping out. But in order to get it to get the return back just as fast, you need to also have it on your secondary weapon. So, but when you're swapping to a weapon, see the swap, it's too late. Like you have to have the weapon, you have to have the handling or swap speed at the time you do the swap, right? So for example, I can't swap weapons here, but let's go to a place where we can do it. Just a quick demonstration. But I think you guys get the point. So so when you swap, you hit what, Y on the Xbox controller. It might be something different, depending on what platform you play on. But here, so I have the stoner. So I hit Y, and so now when I hit Y, it's checking for swap speed, right? Boom, and so it'll kick it in. But so my swap speed from the stoner is gonna be slower than my swap speed from the new reliable, because the new reliable's got the weapon handling on it. Although 30% might be pretty like that might not even be enough to notice it. Let me see with so weapon swap speed 0%. See that? 30%. You see that? Does that make sense? So it's not there on the stoner. So we have the stoner, right? So but it's there on the new reliable because of the talent. So when I swap from the stoner, the game doesn't detect my bonus swap speed because it's not on this gun. So I did not get a faster swap there. But now I have faster swap speed. So when I swap away from this, it's gonna pick up on that and make that swap speed faster. But it's pretty hard to tell. 30% is apparently not a lot when it comes to swap speed. Isn't that hard to tell? I mean, it seems the same, right? Can you even tell? But, which is probably why not a lot of people use swap speed. Anybody use swap speed? But so here's this stoner. And then here's a new reliable, 30%. So yeah, not many people use swap speed on their builds. And that might be why, because it might be imperceivable. You know what I mean? There's no timer on it. So it's always about what you feel. So no, thank you, man, and thanks for running with me, boys. So I'm gonna bounce now. I gotta take my dinner break. But I'm gonna work on the next build. I'm gonna put out a new build for tomorrow. So look out for that. And then I will probably catch you on the live stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. So on the live stream, I might be over on Twitch. So make sure you're following me over there. So I am doing a bonus Division 2 streams or content over there on Twitch. So I will see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Tuxedo out.
Raw flows, and that's how it goes.